To talk about the autodidactic habits of a successful technologist. What does that mean? Well, as we wait for people to come in, I imagine some of you are going to trickle in. I'm going to go ahead and just kind of give you an overview of what that means. So let's break it down. First of all, an autodidact. A didact is somebody who wins. It's at learning. It's somebody who can take care of their own learning. Basically, it's a fancy word for saying independent learner. So if you are able to identify things that need to be learned and learn them quickly, which I call just-in-time learning, you can stay ahead. You can stay ahead of the requirements of your team. You can stay ahead of your competition. I mean, I hate to put it that way, but you're always, in some sense, you're always being evaluated against your peers. So you need to keep up. And I just want to tell a couple stories about. I'm a big storyteller, so as you guys come in, please say hello or in the chat or something. But it's a couple stories. So the first thing I want to talk about is the other day somebody asked the question while I was showing off a group that had gone to a field trip. And I was going through them all, and I was like talking about each one individually, and I was saying, "Hey, look at these! Look at how awesome these people are," and I have good memories of that. And somebody asked the question, "What is the one thing that distinguishes these? They seem like very advanced, but when you get down to it, there's one thing that distinguishes them all." And somebody was asking what that is, and the one thing that really distinguished all of those people from the others, and many of the others that I've encountered is that they had a hunger for learning that was innate, that was unsatisfied, that overtook their desire to do other things, other things that might have distracted from their learning. And so talking about, I mean, we can talk about becoming an autodidact. We can talk about it in academic terms, but to really actually internalize it and find a way to get that motivation for yourself, that's a pretty big challenge. And there's a lot of things in the way of that. And I want to talk about some of that over the course of the next few hours. I honestly don't know how long this particular segment will be, but it's worth talking about. And I think it's worth talking about at the very beginning. There's no surprise that this is the first segment, the first series, I suppose, of the beginner boosts that I'm doing. And I have talked about this before quite a bit, just in different ways and forms. So that's the first story. The first story I was going to tell you is that, I asked one of the boys, how did you learn math at 10, 11 years old? It's not algebra isn't taught until 14. He said, well, I just went and learned it. So we have a crazy amount of resources to be able to go out and learn things on our own. And yet we often lack the motivation to do it. So that's one of the main things I want to talk about is the motivation to do it. What does it mean? What are some of the actual practices? There's like those Stephen Covey books, 7 Habits of Successful People. I don't know if there's 7 habits, but we're going to talk about a number of things that you can put into practice right away that will make you more successful at maintaining your knowledge and gaining motivation to do it. So let's start with the motivation topic. What is it that actually gets you excited to do this? What is it that you want to do that reaches out to you and makes you happy? So Sir Ken Robinson, he has a book, Out of Their Minds, and I love it. He's not with us anymore, but in that book, he talks about that people generally, they have an innate desire to learn. They have an innate creative desire. It's actually kind of tied to the creativity desire. We are naturally curious from the time we're children, and in his words, it's beaten out of us during the time when we go to school. And that's actually really unfortunate, because when you want to learn something, you can't really learn something unless you really want to learn it. I have a saying, this is part of this whole thing, the worst thing I'll draw a contrast here. So I've had people say well, my teacher didn't teach it to me well. You're a bad teacher. You didn't teach it to me well. My teacher, a lot of times people would actually complain to me about their teachers. I've had a couple times when they complained about me as a teacher, and I was like, we got to talk here because I am not your teacher. I said in the introduction video, teaching is a transitive verb, and I actually had somebody, I'm really pissed off, pardon my French, an actual teacher who was a parent of a student who indirectly heard this saying, but I said, there's no way you can teach anybody anything. And in the process, I really angered them because this idea of teaching, it's not so much about the word. I personally don't like the word because the word implies a transfer from the teacher to the person. And in Paulo Freire's book, Pedagogy of the Oppressed, he talks about this false idea that we can open the heads of a student and deposit, banker's education is called, something into this person and that they're going to learn it and go. And the only learning that happens in that scenario is for the teacher. And he argues that it's actually a control mechanism for oppression, and that traditional Sir Ken talks about beating creativity out of kids, mentally and stuff, and Freire talks about oppression, and it just starts to sound like a Pink Floyd show, if you know who Pink Floyd is, because that's really what we're faced with. I have no contempt for any specific teacher or school on this matter, but I can tell you from personal experience, because I was never formally trained as a teacher, and you can take that as you wish. You can say, this guy should go jump in a lake. I shouldn't listen to him. He doesn't have 5 degrees and certificate. I'll tell you what, I actually tried to do that. I actually had a good friend who befriended me on Twitter, frankly. It was a teacher when I was seeking to go into education, and they talked to me about things like lateral entry, which is a fancy word for helping people from the corporate world or the enterprise to move into education, kind of fast track them so they can come in and be teachers. And I hung out with them. I started a company, EdTech Retreat, lots of amazing, teachers that I came to know during that time. And it was really interesting because the ones that I was able to identify, and this is going to be important for you, because you have to learn. I almost wish everybody could learn the techniques and the pedagogies of learning, because if they were to learn them for themselves, and I'm going to cite my teacher, Professor Lundquist, back in like 6th grade, he did this to us. He took what he had learned as a teacher and he taught the teaching technologies to us. And he said, okay, now it's up to you to go apply that. He taught us things like Bloom's taxonomy and all that stuff. And we won't necessarily go into all of those things. I'm going to try to identify some specific practices that I'm suggesting things. So this is also one of those times when that we're also going to be, I'm going to be presenting ideas and asking you questions. And unfortunately, there's not a lot of people here that I can, introduce a Socratic kind of dialogue with. But I want to ask you the question: what do you think it is to learn? How come you struggle with learning? Why do you struggle with finding your motivation? Can you remember the specific time when the general time when you got so frustrated that you felt like you couldn't be a creative person anymore, or that you couldn't think outside of the box, that you couldn't be a critical thinker? And I actually might, and during on this particular series, I might actually, as homework, and it's those kind of words are always jokes with me. They're kind of making fun of the cliche, but in this case, the homework would be watch, Dead Poets Society with Robin Williams, and and this idea of like adopting true education for yourself, and your own learning and empowering yourself. And I know this sounds like a bunch of like, I don't know, fluff, I guess, people are like, oh yeah, let's just run around and teach ourselves and the whole world will be great. You have to, the difference between an autodidact, and this is actually part of the definition if you go look it up. If you go look up the definition of an autodidact, you'll see that it's much more than just being an independent learner. And people say that about homeschoolers all the time, oh, I'm a homeschooler, that means I was an independent learner, whatever. The difference between being an independent learner and being an autodidact is structure and discipline. So the autodidacts, and we'll cite some of the autodidacts in history that you'll recognize, they plan for their learning. They don't just say, I'm going to make time to read before I go to bed, which is, a nice thing to do. It's a good habit. But they do more than that. They seek out to make sure that their needs are met and that they follow their own schedule. The word curriculum applies because they create their own curriculums. They create their own learning paths. And frankly, they have to, because most of the famous autodidacts in history haven't had anywhere to go to be taught. There's nobody to teach you how to create the light bulb. Edison and the gang, they had to set out to follow a plan, and it's kind of related to science. And people tell you that, like, when you go to college, that college is going to be the place where you're going to learn how to think critically and how to do things. Well, it's also the place where they throw you to the wolves, because you have to figure out how to manage your own learning. You're no longer told, read these 10 pages tonight and digest it and come back. And thankfully, by the way, these traditional forms of education, which really were born out of the industrial age to ship people through the system so they could build more tanks, is going away. Montessori's had been doing this for a while, but the idea is taking root. And strangely and ironically, it's one of the things that politically both the far right and the far left agree on. They agree that our system needs some reform, and that a big part of that reform is going to be letting go. And I'm not going to go into it, but like him or hate him, Michael Moore has done a documentary where he interviews the people from Finland, teachers from Finland, and you can throw the rest of, whatever you think about him away. But I strongly encourage you to seek it out and to just study and learn about what it is that makes Finland the #1 education system in the world, dwarfs everybody else. And I'll give a little spoiler here. They got out of the way. They got out of the way. They gave them the tools and they got out of the way. It's a lot like what Socrates would do. And they let people, they got rid of recess. They added recess, sorry. They got rid of homework. And people say, oh, you can't have good learning if you do that. You have to drill on mathematic drills and stuff. I'm not saying that you just walk around loosey-goosey, but that it is a combination of freeing yourself and allowing people to have the freedom to go to consider their own path, so that they can make their own path. And then it's not a matter of saying, oh, we're not going to do anything and just play computer games all day. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is they're given the freedom to start to build their own curriculum. So you're also starting to see colleges now that have uncurriculums or free curriculums. I don't know if anybody is in this thing who's actually heard about this. Yeah, there's some good comments in here. We're gonna go back and read those. That's gonna be really great. I'm looking forward to reading those. So this is great because we're getting a dialogue started. I was looking forward to that. So let's move on to that, and I'll wrap up this point. So the point is that the institutions are coming around and they're allowing people to have the motivation and to move forward. And a big part of this system is figuring out how to measure everything. And that's a different conversation. That's more of a conversation about how do you assess for yourself, and that's actually part of this conversation, whether we get to it tonight or tomorrow or whatever. At some point, we're going to talk about how to set up your own self-assessments, how to set up your own curriculum for yourself, how to write it out, and how to draw on the resources that are out there already. So let me just recap this little segment here, and then I'm going to take a break. So we're talking about not only independent learning, but setting up a detailed plan for yourself about what it is you're going to do. And then that follows on into the conversation about, well, what are those skills to do that? How do I track my learning? What are the techniques to do that? And there's lots of techniques, and it's really up to you as to how you do that. Some people like kind of a more detailed approach, and we're going to get into that part next. So stay tuned for that. I want to take some of the comments here; they're really good, and then we're going to be moving toward, well, what are the specific we're going to brainstorm the different techniques, and you can pick whether your favorite one, and that's really important because everybody is different. And I certainly have a preference, and I'm going to tell you what my preference is, but I want to allow you to identify your own preferences in there and figure it out. All right, so I'm going to switch for a second back to let's switch back to our do we get our thing different? Here we go. There we are. All right, so let me see if I can free up some of the space to go look at some of these comments. You have to forgive me. I'm running at a little bit bigger resolution than I normally use. So, money makes me happy. YouTubers, hello. Bristol Dumbledore. Money is the only thing that makes me happy. Rob is a great speaker, thank you. While I agree with this student taking the initiative in learning, there is certainly such a thing as a bad teacher. Absolutely agree. I totally agree. In fact, we could probably talk all day just about dealing with bad teachers. You got to ask yourself, why are teachers attracted to the profession in the first place? And especially given the money that's involved. And that can get dangerous really fast, because obviously you can't generalize. But it, I have run into teachers who are all about control. Mrs. Walling, my kindergarten teacher, totally messed us up. Bitter woman, had a spinal brace her whole life. She would throw rulers at us. I will never forget that teacher. She was downright abusive to the physical abuse point. But I want to share a couple other teachers in my history that I'm very grateful for, and I want to sort of dedicate this particular series to them, because they have really set my life up to want to do many of these things in honor of them, because they were so amazing. So we'll talk about the good and the bad teachers, but yeah, there's definitely bad teachers. And I can think of a couple examples of teachers who consistently year after year fail to engage their students and also fail to provide help with the resources they need to succeed. Yeah, it's really sad. But is it the teacher's fault? Is it the system's fault? Is it, it's just such a complex issue, and unfortunately, just so you know, I tried to engage in that system. I tried to become a part of the traditional system, and ultimately I realized that I couldn't do it. I just couldn't do it. I had to go my own way, and I was going to make lots of mistakes, and I called it my learning lab. I learned a lot along the way from the people. I listened to the people that I was with. I'm really happy to read Paulo Freire talk about dialogic, relationships with your students, which is, of course, a little bit of a variation on Socratic method, and learning on my own, and do my own reading about how people actually learn. And I'm not saying I'm better than the traditional system. I'm just saying there were so many constraints in the traditional system that I just wasn't going to make it. I was just going to be suffocated. In fact, I tried twice. I taught at a community college, and I actually had the director tell me, after he gave me a whole bunch of stuff and said he'd never made a web page, and he was the director of web and game design. Director. And he joked over a beer saying he'd never actually done it. He had just cut and pasted all the stuff out of the books, and he joked with me that was his secret, and we laughed about it. And I love the man, because he's the one who got me into doing it. But at the same time, I had 50% failure in a community college, and I was totally upset. I went and said, why is this? What is wrong here? And he's like, am I doing a bad job? Am I failing? He goes, no, that's good, man. I'm like, what are you talking about? And I won't say the school, but he goes, you got to understand, half the people are here to get their veteran benefits and to do whatever is the minimum necessary. They don't really care about learning. They just care about getting through something they've been told that they have to do. And I just want to talk about that's like the anti-pattern, the anti-autodidact. There was a huge Twitter feed some time ago where somebody posted a thing saying, why would anybody bother to learn if I'm not going to make more money? And the whole thread just exploded. It was like full of all these autodidacts. It's like, how can you say that? Do you not really enjoy learning something new? I would go so far, and I've been challenged on this, I would go so far as to say that it is the purpose of life to learn. So, about everything. And that's why I'm so obsessed about learning everything from every angle. And I suck at it. There's many things that I have not been able to do in the process. I know I've failed on certain things, but my point is that I'm hungry for it, and I'm not always hungry for it. Sometimes I just want to veg out like everybody else. But to say that I have no desire to ever learn anything else, I don't understand that. So apparently some people feel that way. But a part of becoming an autodidact is overcoming that And there are some ways to do that. And I happen to think that some of those people, I don't know, I don't have any science on this, but I happen to think that a lot of those people who feel that way, somewhere along the line were traumatized during the learning experience, and that's very easy with a bad teacher, as somebody's mentioned there, as you know. And then what do you got? You have people associating trauma with learning, or you have people with learning disabilities, who don't want to do it. And I have a story about that I'll talk about a little bit later, about a good teacher and a bad teacher. And a really good mom that I had and have, who took advantage of that. Let me remind me of that story in a bit. Let me read another comment here. I know that's only a small part of what we're discussing. Right. And I agree that if a student consistently blames their teachers, is like the student who has not taken enough responsibility. And I had a direct experience with this within the last month. And unfortunately, it was somebody that I had to let go. And it was somebody who it's kind of a negative story. I don't want to dwell on it. It was somebody who had gotten into my community without being interviewed, as a friend of a friend, back when I wasn't interviewing, and they had zero desire to learn. It perpetuated over 2 or 3 years, and because of the grandfather nature of it, I kept trying and trying to find something, and I kept quiescing and giving in to what the person wanted, and that meant doing simpler and simpler things and gamifying it as much as I could and taking more breaks. And you can tell that, this person would sigh and they'd be like, "Ugh, I'm bored." And like, there's a couple of words you never want to say around me. I'm bored. I just can't deal with that. You know what? I said it a lot as a kid. So I don't want to be a hypocrite here. I said it a lot. I remember, actually, on the summer days, I'm bored. And then before I found Dungeons and Dragons and a million other things that I could entertain myself with. We didn't even have the internet back then, so give me a break. But yeah, and this particular person, they also just decided to not pay for a couple and then tell me they weren't going to come back. And so that was enough for me to let them go. But, and it came back 100-fold. The parent, I actually tried to suggest that the person get some help, and that came off wrong, and it was a tragedy, because it ended up being a huge disagreement, and then them just getting all upset because they didn't know that their child was struggling, but anyway, so if you are helping people to learn, just stay engaged. And I think that's what we're talking about here. But the reason that my story came up is because this person, almost every single time that we started a session, I would have chit chat, and they would complain about their teacher. Every time there was a new teacher they were complaining about. Well, they just don't understand this and this. And look, some of those teachers were probably, exactly as it's described, but I'm betting that not all of them were. So anyway, this isn't about teachers. This is more about taking the methods of learning out of the purview of the teacher and saying, I don't need a teacher. We're not saying we don't appreciate teachers. What we're saying is you don't need one to learn. And it's almost like the system has been set up to say you must have permission to learn. And that is just screwed up. That is really screwed up. Think about that. You don't need permission for that. And it's part of the whole industrial control complex, which is a bigger topic, which we won't get into. I apologize for nitpicking on that point. Yeah. It's a whole speech, my speech. Who are some of those great autodidacts? We're going to go through that in a bit. Okay. Don't let me forget about that, D. Flair. Okay. Bad college teacher is why I gave up on programming. Yeah. Yeah, it's my biggest fear, by the way. My biggest fear is that I would push somebody too hard and make the programming too hard, and that they would make a false conclusion based on what I did. And obviously, that's an unsubstantiated fear on my part, because maybe I would do a bad job, but one bad teacher is certainly not enough to, it can certainly, and I'm not trying to make light of your situation, but you have control. And now you recognize that you had one bad teacher, and you can't blame that teacher anymore, because now you know that you have the power to go forward and look at it your way. There are other ways of thinking about this. There are certain things in life where we don't say them or do them because somebody else has done or said them, and it makes it taboo to say them. And we can either choose to avoid those things, or we can own them and say, no, I'm going to take this back. I'm going to take control of this. I'm not going to let this event live in my head and control what I do next. And it's hard. It's easy to say all this stuff. It's really harder to do it. And so, yeah, bad teachers are the reason I hate school. And, that is not an uncommon sentiment. A lot of people don't like school because of that. And most people will have a story of that one great teacher who was really amazing. And I want to share, we have a lot of time here. And a lot of this is going to be story time from you and from me. I just believe that stories really help to bring home the ideas. And I have some stories of autodidacts and really great teachers and a couple of really bad ones. And I'd love to hear your stories as well. I love to learn, just not with the school model. There you go. So most people say that. If you dig deep enough, and almost all of them have somebody that they really like, that they have a memory about, and they were someone who just kind of bucked the system and did whatever. And that's pretty much the plot line of Dead Poets Society. You really need to watch it, but make sure you bring hankies or something, because it's a tearjerker. It's an amazing movie. I'd say it's probably one of my top 5, if not my number 1 movie of all time. Contact's right up there too, but it is really amazing, because it digs right into that issue of control, and that has been institutionalized in the traditional education systems for all kinds of reasons that have nothing to do with helping you learn. And most of these systems are set up to control you, when in fact, if they looked at you as the customer, and that's when I do mentoring, that's why I call it mentoring, by the way. First thing I tell people is, you are the boss. I work for you. And that's a really foreign concept. I have people come in and plop their bum down, and when they're new, and particularly when they're young, and they say, okay, what are we doing today? I don't know. What are we gonna do today? Well, I said, what do you want to do today? It's Socratic and all that, but it is reflecting back that the responsibility for their learning is not with the teacher. The responsibility for the learning is with you. It's with you. And if we could just get through to that and enable that, if we could help people understand that the learning ends with them, begins and ends with them. Now, people are being paid to help you learn. But if teachers started looking at themselves as the role of facilitator and mentor and equal with the person that they're with, and this is all Freirean, by the way, Paulo Freire, if they were to start to identify with them instead of be superior to them and say, you're going to do what I tell you, you're going to sit there and you're going to say, ma'am or sir, and you better pass this test or I'm going to fail you and I'm going to send it to your parents. And everybody's had a teacher like that. And there's no way you're going to learn that. First of all that cortisol is going to destroy your ability to learn chemically in your brain. And that's why so many people do so bad on tests, is because the stress of the test. I'm one of these people, by the way. The stress of the test is, and people say, well, you have to be able to work under pressure, blah, blah, blah. And that's sort of true, but most learning and most skills don't require an intense level of cortisol and adrenaline to do them on a daily basis. What they really want to see is, do you have the ability to critically analyze the situation and do your own research? The number one skill that needs to be tested is, can you learn? That's the most important skill of all. If you can't, and everybody says, oh, I'm a great learner, I'm a fast learner, but you need to prove that. And we're going to talk about ways that you can not only, progress in your learning, but prove that you know how to learn fast. And we're going to do that with some stories here. So yeah, the school models. Hey, Ilya, college helps a little to learn by yourself, but it seems like kids that want the textbook pages and everything is given to you style. Yeah, and I'm gonna throw myself under the bus here. I have a story about this. I've always been sort of taking charge of my own learning, but there was one time I didn't, and I was taking a 5-credit hour college course for Russian. And Victoria Mikhailovna, who I've ripped on before on the stream, and I mean, this woman was straight out of the Russian communist bloc. She was the death of me. I mean, and you know what? She was really good at identifying people who tried to test the system and learn well. And I happen to believe that she was really hard on people who she felt had ability. I want to believe that anyway, because she was hard on me, man. And I had to live with her. I lived in the Russian house with her, and oh my God, it was a nightmare. But because of her, but there was one time when we had a test, and this other teacher, Galina Samalkova, we had been preparing. It was her class, and she had always told us what things were going to be on the test in the book. And the whole idea of testing is just, it's hard because the testing is set up to be for the institution. When you do a certificate, you can't even get your results, for God's sake. I mean, if you can't see your assessment, what's the point? The point is, the whole thing is set up that, I mean, all of that system needs to be set up and needs to be revised so that it's focused on the learner. And a lot of that doesn't have to be this high stress test. It can just be, dialoguing or watching somebody, observing them, see if they can do the thing, like a language lab, like I used to do. But yeah, this idea that I have to go in and take a test, and then it gets into really hairy territory, because what about assessment? How do you compare against other people? How do you decide who's better suited for the job than another one? Big questions that I don't have the answers to. But in this particular case, that it was like a test was ready, and he said, okay, you have to answer this test. You have to get ready for this test. And I had learned that I could pass every test with the flying colors if I knew what was going to be on the test. And in this particular case, the regular method of preparation wasn't done, and there was a substitute, and guess what? It was Victoria, and she didn't cover anything that was going to be on the test. And we all did bad. I talked to other people in the classes and stuff, and we all had a really hard time. I mean, it was a really tough test, but me being me, I went to the dean and I said, I'm really sorry, but what'd I do? It wasn't the dean. The dean was another story. I ultimately went to the dean, who told me, he just laughed at me and said, you just had the most wonderful experience you could possibly have because, hey, Jim, because you now understand what it's like to be Russian. And he told me a story of some Russian teachers who were brought in front of a conference of teachers and individually berated in front of the entire crowd, and then told to go sit down. And that has relevance. I'm just a little bit of foreshadowing there. So I went to Galina and I said, you know what, will you please help me prepare here? And you help me understand why you weren't there. I just said, I was trying to be as nice as I could. And I said, I just would really appreciate if you would be the one to prepare us for the tests, because this is your class. And I just feel like it would be more effective. And that's exactly how I said it. I didn't make a big stitch about it and anything. I just said, I really liked Galina, and I would say, will you please just next time, would it be okay if you were the one who prepared us for our test? Because it is kind of important. And because Victoria had no idea what was going to be on the test, and therefore she didn't tell us because she was subbing. And it got back to Victoria. And so Victoria had to substitute for Galina again. And she came into the room. This has some point somewhere. She came into the room, and the first thing she said when she sat down, this is a class of 40, 50 people, and she said, "Ну ладно, окей. Роберт Мюльштайн думает, что мы не очень хорошие приготовленные были за экзамену." And so she says, Mr. Robert Muhlstein believes that he was not properly prepared for the test. And then she says in Russian, I would like Robert Muhlstein to stand and tell the class why he feels like he was not properly prepared for the exam. And I was losing my, I was like, I wasn't mad. I was just pissed. I'm sorry. I was pissed because, first of all, my confidence had been violated. And secondly, you don't call out students. This is the same woman. It was a nightmare. This is the same woman who held up. It was kind of funny, actually. If you're not the person getting beat up in classes, she would hand out papers in class. She would hand out papers in class, and she would tell the grade, "Hey, and whatever. And then I remember Brett, I'll never forget. Brett was like, he got an F on a paper and he goes, Brett, F. And he's like, oh man. And you had to go down there and pick your paper up. Can you believe that? I mean, I was like, this has to be illegal in America, and they didn't care. And so actually after several of those instances, which I consider harassment, like educational harassment, and I went up to talk to the dean, and the dean's pretty much, oh, another American snowflake needs to get schooled in how Russians do things. And I was like, yeah, the school doesn't care about the students. And in this particular case, he considered it, I lost my scholarship because of this woman. I mean, this woman cost me because of the things that she did and the way that she ended up tanking my thing, even though I proved overwhelmingly that I passed the class with flying colors in every other class. I lost my scholarship because of the C she gave me in Russian 101. I had to take it again. And I was pissed. I mean, I was really pissed because I knew, it's funny because I went on to become one of the best, I'm bragging here, but one of the best Russian language specialists. And I was the one I was paid to go to Russia and work instead of paying to go to do an internship and just talk with the Americans the whole time. So I'm bragging about myself here, but I don't want people to, that still happens in India. Yeah. So anyway, that's my sad story. And it does, but what's really crazy about that story? It's both, good teachers and bad teachers. The point of that story is mostly that, even though we have the pressure to learn, we don't have to live in that system. Beginner day. Hi, Jen. So we can take control, and I did. And so my solution to that, and I want to tell you, I stood up and I was terrified in that classroom. And the end of the story is that, I was shaking. I was shaking because I was so upset, and everybody could tell, right? So I pulled out my best Russian, and I'm going to say I had pretty damn good Russian pronunciation for the time. Most of the other people didn't concentrate on pronouncing things, but I actually found a Russian in the area and made him my roommate and promised not to ever talk anything but Russian so that I could learn it really well. I was going out of my way to do things that weren't done by the college because I had been so trained growing up to teach myself things, teach myself how to play Dungeons and Dragons, teach myself how to do this, how to, and I don't know when that started. I think I'm probably going to credit, Mr. Poulsen and Mr. Lundquist, which I'll talk about later. I know it's just me talking here, but these stories are stories that I hope can inspire others to have similar, or look back and see if you can draw on that, because that was what powered me through this, despite the system. The system had really put me down, and in this case, literally put me, made me stand up. And man, I was like, everybody was like, oh my God, they couldn't look at me. They're like, I do not want to be him. I am so glad I'm not him right now. Except for this one. I'm trying to stay, rated G here. There was this one girl on the front row, of course, who had horrible Russian, by the way. It sucked. She had the worst Russian in the class, as far as I'm concerned. But she was really good at answering all the questions and writing all the things, and she was a total suck-up. And by the way, suck-ups like that are not autodidacts. They've learned how to play the system, but they don't learn. They're like my ex-wife, who cried to her Spanish teacher and changed her grade from a C to an A on a test just because she cried. Yeah, I'm calling you out, Alicia. And so, and she couldn't speak a word of Spanish, any of it. 6 years of Spanish and couldn't speak a word of it because she didn't care. She didn't care. She just wanted to go through the motions. So anyway, I'm standing there defending myself, and I pull out my best Russian ever. I'm so proud of the Russian that I spit out, given the fact that it was my first year and it was a 5 credit hour class. I had more credit hours than any other class in the entire campus, including physics. And so I pulled it out, pulled it together, and I just said, how about this? This was on here. This was on the test, and you didn't cover that. And then it was a fight. And then she was like, well, how about this thing? This thing was on the test, and this thing was on the test. But I stuck with her. And because the reason I stuck with her is because I wanted to show her that I could speak to her and I wasn't afraid of her. And that's how I feel like we have to be with people who would put down our independence when it comes to our own learning. I'm saying you to be violent or anything, but we need to just take control of our learning and not be sad and apologetic for it. And by the way, that person in the front row, yes, Galina, da, da. It's just totally sucking up. I mean, it just infuriated me. I honestly think it was because for other reasons, but I don't want to go there. It's kind of a negative sentiment. I want to kind of stay positive here. So anyway, the story is that you can do it. You can fight against the institutions you're in, not to take them down, but to learn despite the system. And there's going to be a lot of good things in those systems, and you have to learn to identify what those things are. And that goes for coding. It goes for anything. You've got to be able to work around the system, even though you're in it. So for example, I learned the best computer programming possibly could, not from the computer science department, but from the linguistics lab, because that's where the learning was happening. They were applying computer science and applications development to make software to educate in the learning languages, and they made they used laser discs. They were applying the computer science and so but if somebody had told me, what do you mean you've got a job as Nike's webmaster or whatever, and you're a Russian major? I said, yeah, because I found a way to learn the skills no matter where I was, and I got around to those things. And I'm going to not take all the credit here. I want you to know this gets, the credit for this comes from primarily Mr. Lundquist and also Mr. Poulsen. So I'm going to read some comments, and I'll tell you a couple more stories. This is going to be a long night, by the way. So a lot of this is going to be chopped up into multiple sessions. Feel free to check out. You can come back and watch the video later if you want to, if you don't want to hear all of my stories. But I try to make the stories have a point. And if I were with you in person, I would be drawing out your own stories as much as I can in chat. So feel free, please, to share. If I know you don't have much room, if somebody would like to also send me a story of an opportunity that they've had to learn despite the system, or anything that's related to this, if you'd like to talk about it in Discord or send it to me, we can make a chat about that, and I can bring it up and I can share what you guys are going through. That's more of what I want to do. This isn't just all about me talking. I really would like to hear some of the ways that you've gotten through it and found your own internal motivation to learn despite the system, which is kind of sad that we have to even say that. Let's see. School doesn't care about their students. It was a nightmare. I was bullied for no reason and school did nothing. Me too. And Oreo, I was with you. I was beaten pretty regularly at the locker every morning. Yep, I was, and you probably can tell. My personality is a little bit. Yep, I used to wear a hat, actually. Ironically enough, right? I would wear a hat, and the bully would crumple my hat, throw it on the ground, and yell at me. I'm pretty sure I looked him up. His name was Tim Hansen, by the way. I will never forget it. And I'm pretty sure he came from a home where he was beaten. And so I never fought back. I just took it. And but I found other ways to do. But I also found myself turning inward and doing computers and things like that. And found, again, educators who helped me. Mr. Bevins, the librarian, the media specialist who let me in the library early, and let me work on computers, and I would do my D&D things from a very early age. And so there are definitely teachers and good people out there watching out for you. It's almost like a John Landis movie, but they are there, and it's just a matter of identifying them. And I think finding those people and figuring out your way to navigate through the system that you have and take advantage of what you have. We have a lot of people in the chat who come in here and talk about the horrors of their college and the things that they're not learning and the frustration and some of it. I mean, I can't begin to judge every single situation, but a big part of it is actually finding a community, I believe. And we have that. We didn't have that when we were growing up, or if you were getting beat up all the time, you didn't have someone to reach out to. So you may have had more people on the internet to reach out to. And now there's people getting beat up there's a whole new thing with like getting internet bullied, but that's again, finding the motivation to learn and to perform and to draw yourself out of that depression. And I will tell you this, learning and creating and doing something successful, even if it's a small step, is a real good antidote to depression. If as soon as you start to do that, in fact, that's one of the reasons we get so addicted to computer games, and which is another topic I want to talk about here. One of the reasons we get so addicted to computer games is because every time we have that little bit of improvement, we get that dopamine hit from success. We have learned something, we've mastered it, and we've gone forward. And if you're looking for motivation to do other things, try to associate your challenges for what you want to learn. I'm going to set forth a challenge for myself. I'm going to write Hello World in C or assembly, for God's sake. I'm going to set my forth a challenge, and you're going to learn it, and then you're going to get that hit. You're going to get the same hit of creative success from that. And the more hits you get of that, the more it will displace. You can't just give up an addiction, by the way. The more you have to replace it. So set up for yourself in your pattern, in your path, multiple tiny successes that you know you can be successful at, but that challenge you, and then challenge yourself again. Maybe have your friend challenge you, and it's much more fun with a community, just like it's much more fun to do multiplayer gaming instead of versus a computer, right? If you got somebody you can pair program with that you found in the Discord chat or something, you can say, hey, let's try to make a thing. Let's try to make this. Let's just see if it's possible. What can we do? I just want to make a platformer for no reason. What if I do? I want to make a really crazy over-engineered resume, and then you end up finding people that want to participate. And the fun of it and the challenge of it ends up motivating you to go on to do more of it. And then you're more and more, and pretty soon you go a full year without even playing a game. And you're like, well, I really liked Witcher once upon a time, but I got these other things that really fulfill my need, that hit for creativity. So that's how you do that. And but the reason that we do like games when we get depressed a lot of times, and it sucks, by the way, if you're bad at the game. I used to get depressed too, and I would play a lot of Quake actually, and I had so much lag, I could not pull off railgun shots, and I would be so mad at myself. I'd stay up till 6 a.m. Just trying to get off some good railgun shots because I knew that would make me feel better, and it didn't. So it's always about finding, and you know what? True success, true creativity, meeting a challenge, learning a skill. There's nothing wrong with gaming, but those kind of things, when you finally get successes with that, they pack way more of a punch in terms of like making you feel good about yourself and just addressing that depression head on than any of the small scale replacements that we have created because they're easier. Sometimes it's easier, to do that game or to do those other things and to check out. And by the way, the world needs those things. So, it's a process, but that's part of finding the desire to become an autodidact, is you've got to be able to let go of not necessarily completely let go, but slowly, add in something. Maybe you say, I only want to do 20 minutes a day. I'm going to work on, I don't know, Code Combat, which is a very fun game and sort of engine, and it's gamey, so you can still do it. Then you're like, I wonder if I can actually use this JavaScript to do something else. Well, let's see what it takes to make a web page. Well, let me see if I could actually make a game with Phaser. Well, let me see, what I'm saying? You can kind of build up on your own challenges, and you can write your own book about it. And then there's even double the benefit when you win, when you actually get it, because not only did you do it, but you set up your own plan to accomplish it, and you've accomplished that plan. And we all know that that accomplishing something you set out to do, instead of it being yet another thing you didn't finish, which is, I do a lot actually, because so many things get in the way. But when you actually finish something and you wrap it up, in addition to the success of doing the thing in the first place, the fact that you followed through is really, really satisfying. And it's not only satisfying, it's good for you because people see it, and then it shows up as a line item on your brag sheet. And we're going to talk about a brag sheet eventually. A brag sheet, in short, is just an ongoing list of one-line bullet point successes that have measurable metrics and demonstrable success that could go on a resume. It doesn't have to go on a resume, but you keep yourself a brag sheet, whether it be a Google Doc. We're going to talk about how to keep documenting all this. Just a piece of paper. And then when somebody asks you, well, what did you do to deserve this job? Or what were your successes this thing? Or maybe you just want to look at it and say, nobody really cares about my accomplishments except for me, but I know what these are. And you can go back and look at them, and you can reassess that you are good and you can do things, and you can slowly move forward that way. And if all of that sounds too exhausting to you, then you're probably in the wrong place. I mean, I really want to help you achieve that, but all of this has to come from inside. Nothing I can tell you is going to ultimately make you want to do anything. And that's, Ferry talks about that a lot. It's more about us having a dialogue, and then you finding your own place. It's not like you can convert somebody to a church. You can't, it's not about you. It's about the person finding it. You can maybe expose them to it, but it's up to them to follow through and see if they want to do it. All right. So after 3 years, let's see, after 3 months, the command was so basic. Yeah. Oh, right. Git, push, and all that. It went pretty fast, didn't it, Jan? Yes. Once you use the Git commands every day, it's just like using any of the other programming languages. It is, isn't it? And I didn't even know how to branch until like 2 months ago. And I've now started to learn how to do that. Rob said for me to make alias for Git clone to Git steal. I did. Who said that? I didn't tell you. Did I make you do that? No. Git steal. Git steal. That's a cool alias, but yeah. I don't, Jan, I don't think I was the one who told you. I've never used that. So I did say I would Git save. It was probably somebody in the Discord. If I did, I don't remember it. I think maybe we were joking about it. Anyway, look at me. Well, good to have you. Team games are a cancer when everyone is toxic. Are you talking about Dota 2? Yeah. I believe me, I lost 4,000 hours of my life to Dota 2 and to a bad MMR system and a bunch of toxic people. I wish I had that time back. I was a straight up Dota cocaine addict. I just could not leave it alone. I just love that game so much. I still love that game. Go a level beyond. Don't play video games. Automate them. Yes, you could, or make them, right? And yeah, I'm not bagging on games here. Witcher 3 to this day is the most phenomenal work of art I've ever experienced, and I'm looking forward to Cyberpunk 2077, even though I might not relate to the plot lines as much as I did Witcher 3, which is fantastic. I had the best learning experience with friends when we tried to understand something. We came prepared to discuss the topics. It was so rewarding, and even if the topic wasn't my highest interest, it motivated you. Yeah. Dota 2 after 30 minutes. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. And that's sometimes got a fancy name. They sometimes call that a flipped classroom, where what they'll do is flipped classrooms are really hard to pull off, because if people don't prepare, they come to class, there's nothing to talk about. The idea is that when you come to class, all you do is discuss and collaborate and have dialogue and all of that about the stuff that you learned on your own, and then you bring it to class. The problem is with flipped classrooms, eventually they'll become popular, is we have been so beaten into the tell me what to do and I'll just report on it when I come in, that it's very hard. I tried to do that and it just failed every time, because people are like, I didn't have time to do this. I didn't do this. I didn't read this. I didn't do it. But I tell you what, the success, the overwhelming success is the people who got jobs at 18, the people who got the $100,000 junior jobs. These people from my community were hungry constantly. And when they came to me, they had at least a half an hour, usually an hour's worth of content to talk about, stuff that they had hit, mistakes that they had made, cool things that they had found that they wanted to just share with somebody who would understand it. I was in fact, their peer who just had happened to gone through this stuff a little bit earlier. And sometimes they brought new things to me. That's how I found out about Rust, actually. I found out about Rust actually from somebody who was really good at Rust, who taught himself Rust as his first language, frankly. Actually, no, he learned Python first. I helped him with that. And then he picked up Rust and really loved it, and on his own decided to learn Go, and ended up getting a $100,000 job learning, doing Go and Rust together. So, but again, all of these people were internally motivated to really do these things. Some would say a few of them actually had aversion for computer games for some reason, and I don't know if that came from their parents or what. I don't know. I didn't do any real querying into that, why that would be, but. So anyway, we're kind of at a break. I'm going to go ahead and take a quick little break and stand up, walk around. I've been talking for an hour. And we're probably going to do that about every hour. I'll take sort of a break, and then we'll chop that in the final video. If any of you have any questions right now, let me know. I'm going to go ahead and restart my stream key, because I don't want it to be up all day. So let's see, pkill screen key. So does anybody have any experiences, please send them. Otherwise, we'll start talking about it. If you want something to start to do, you can go create an account on GitLab or GitHub if you don't have another one. I'm just gonna, it's like 5 or 10 minutes. I'll put the exact time. Anytime I take a break during a formal session, I'll tell you the exact time I'm coming back, not just I'm going to be on for a while. So I'm not going to, right now I'm just here. But let's say, I don't know, let's say 10 minutes. How about that? So I'll put a thing here back. back at 110. I'm going to be working on stuff, but okay. And you can look on the screen there and see what time I'm going to back. I'm going to reset the screen key too, though. Yeah, I see screen. So technically, I'm just working. So if you guys need to talk about anything else, let me know. If you want something to do during the break, you can go create yourself an account on either GitHub or GitLab and create yourself an email. If you have a Gmail account, that's fine, but I'd suggest you go create a Proton Mail account and use that for everything before. And I'm going to talk about that when we come back. We're going to talk about the basic tools that are associated. They're kind of under the umbrella of being an autodidact and the practices of email and following people on social media and all that. But those are the main services that I'm going to recommend people get. Proton Mail, free email, and sign up for GitLab or GitHub with your Proton Mail. If you've already done something else, that's up to you. But I'm going to talk about why that is. So, all right. I don't think we need to sleep that long. I think it's probably more like, let's say 5 seconds is pretty long. So let's do like a 7-second sleep. How about that? Screen key. Screen key is what's doing this little thing here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right. I'll talk to you in a bit. Oh, that's right. I don't have mute on this one. I swapped the board out. Thank you. I'm still new at this. How about now? That better? How you guys doing? You guys from all over? Anybody drinking coffee this morning? All right. So, yeah. Okay. Thanks. Hi, Peter. So we have, I have a few other stories, and then we're going to jump into the techniques. I kind of want to get to the. I know if you guys, if it's really early in the morning, I apologize for that. You don't have to be here during the actual session, but I appreciate you guys staying up. I do want to talk about two inspirational teachers and how I believe they taught me to be an autodidact very early. And best I'm going to do is I'm going to try to convey what they told me, at least in some way, to you, so that maybe you can internalize that and find your own way to, lean on your own memories of teachers who were good for that. And then after we do that, we're going to start getting into the actual details of nitty gritty of what do I do every day? What are the skills I can practice that are going to like actually turn me into, magically into an autodidact or something. And so the first story is Mr. Lundquist. I should probably tell Mr. Polson's story first. So I just gotta warn you right now. When I tell the stories about these men, it's very hard for me to stop from getting teary-eyed. I'm already doing it. They completely changed my life. I was raised the oldest of 8 kids. I was coming from a hard place. I was somewhat intelligent, but I wore glasses. I had massive buck teeth. This is the part where I'll actually go find a picture of myself and insert it into this story at this point. I was quirky from day one. I mean, that's why I kind of celebrate it now on my thing with my crazy hat, because I'm not ashamed of it anymore. I've always been that kind of guy. But it was hard. It was hard being a kid like that. And, Mr. Polson, in 6th grade, identified that in me, and he nurtured it. He went out of his way. And let me tell you about this human being for a second, just to let you know, we're living in a time, 2020. It's not the year to celebrate amazing humanity. If anything, we've seen some of the worst of humanity we've ever seen come forward, and hopefully we're not going to see worse of them. But so I think it's worth dwelling on the amazing humans who aren't necessarily in the news all the time. And Mr. Polson was one of these people. He was a retired policeman, and had a limp. He had been wounded. I don't know the story. He never gave me. I mean, he became a family friend, actually, as a Mormon. Even I even gave him a blessing once. I'm not Mormon anymore. We're not going to talk about that tonight. But yeah, I mean, he became a family friend. But so both fifth and 6th grade, I had him, and this guy had won awards for creating this judicial system within the school, within elementary school in 5th grade. And I mean, it's hard to say what age group that is. I think it's, God, what is that? 10 years old? No, it was, well, how old is that? How old is 5th grade? I don't know. It's probably 10 years old. I'm thinking 10, 11 years old. And anyway, I mean, we were just young kids, right? And I mean, but he always had hands-on things. I remember, besides the judicial system, which I'll talk about, he ran the chess club. He had a judicial system. 5th is 11 for most. Okay. He had, he would bring in limestone and acid for us to play with. So for just basic, he just went out of his way. He's one of these teachers who did this, right? In fact, he was so renowned in the district that he had been given awards for his creating these court systems, and he was really proud of them. I mean, you could tell that he had really latched on to this part of his life. And I to this day I regret not having, as an adult, sat down with him and just asked him about his actual past life as a police officer. And, it's funny because there's a lot of, this and that about police officers right now. And, it's not as black and white and simple as that's a bad use of terms. I don't mean to do that, but that's it is sort of an allusion to, the black and whites of the police cars. But, it's just it. So he was one of these perfect examples of a fantastic human being who was wounded in battle, was trying to do his best thing, and he became a teacher because it's the best thing he could think to do. And he went on to be like awarded all kinds of things because he would create these systems for within the schools. The schools that he was in actually gave him judicial authority over the school, and he would hold courts, real courts, and he would have students represent themselves and be judges and trained to be lawyers, and they had to get certificates. I still have mine. And he would award these things. And so when there were disputes in the classroom in fifth grade, he would put them into a judicial format, and we would do other things in the classes and stuff, but we'd also participate in these things. And I also remember the chess set he had, because he had one of these big chess sets where you could move the pieces around, on these carpet things. And it goes without saying that I just really latched on to all of that, and because everything he did, I just really liked. And so I became a lawyer. I actually got sued. Yeah. by another fifth grader. This is the true story. Vicky Adams, Vicky, if you're out there, God bless you. She's amazing. I mean, I was with her all through high school too. So I knocked over her pencil case, accidentally walking by it in fifth grade. And I promise there's a point to this story, but it's more fun if there's a little drama. So, and I knocked this pencil case off, and they sued me. Vicky and her girlfriends decided that, ooh, we have a lawsuit here. And they did. They sued me. And I was like, oh, you litigious little fifth graders. I didn't know that word back then, but, and sure enough, I had to defend myself. And once again, I was like on the defending end. I was like, oh crap. I mean, this is like serious. If they win this, doesn't matter if I'm right. If they win this, I can like be facing some serious punishment for doing this. And I didn't break anything. It wasn't like, they just wanted an excuse to have a court, which, kind of parallels reality more than we want to admit. And so I had to defend myself. I studied up on everything. And I remember having to go in front of the judge. The whole class was watching, and I still have memories of some of that. And, thank God I won. And Vicky was, she smiled, and we had fun with it. I think she knew that she wasn't going to win, but it was just really fun. But I was terrified. I was like, fifth grade, I was like, what's going to come out of this? And it really caused me to just question my worlds and how my place in it, and how I was going to participate. And I had to create arguments and things. But the reason I'm telling this story is because Mr. Polson saw that if people engaged in activities that were real, that they would learn more, that they would internalize it, that it would automatically promote them to want to learn on their own about things, particularly if your 5-year-old life is on the line, right? And reputation and all that. We'll talk about reputation. My mom dressed me up as a belly dancer with this and the eyelashes and everything, and nobody knew I was a guy. That's another story I'll tell another time. So yeah, talk about reputation, and it was hilarious, by the way. But anyway, so and we put forward these arguments, and we won the case, and I learned, in the process that it was, that this is thing that happens, and I learned a lot. And so Polson promoted the autodidactic learning in me, so much so that I latched onto that, and I only wanted to be a lawyer after that, because I had experienced this kind of learning in the raw. Immediately, that was what I wanted to do with my life. And I find that this is pretty common. When we actually participate in some sort of autodidactic activity where we successfully train ourselves and feel good about what we've accomplished, it somehow becomes the thing we want to do in life sometimes, perhaps to a fault. Maybe there's other things you haven't been exposed to, and so anyway, I went on to be a judge. That took a long time, actually, and then I got appointed to be an appellate judge. Actually, as one of the few. And I'm bragging about my career as a fifth grader, but mostly I'm trying to make the point about Mr. Poulsen seeing the opportunity to have young children engage in their own lives and in their own future, that they could be, participants in their own fate. And by doing that, I had a very early exposure, I believe, to what it means to be self-aware, to know that I'm a part of a society, that I am here. I'm not just, somebody's son or somebody's student or somebody, and it made me connect. And there was a lot of things that were wrong with that time of my life too, but I don't want to get into those. But that particular thing really stuck with me, and it was because of a teacher who went out of his way. So, fast forward a few years, and, junior high, double headgear, all of that, getting beat up regularly, computers and stuff. And they identified me. And I really feel this is going to come off wrong. When I tell these stories, I have to use the facts, and that means the facts are going to involve me. I'd really, if I was in this setting, I would ask people to share their stories if they had them, about these particular things. But I realize it's going to sound a little arrogant, because I have to tell you that Professor Lundquist was the gifted and talented teacher. I hate saying that. GT Quest, right? I have to rant about this. All right. I have to rant about this. This might make it in the video, maybe not. But why do we have special systems for the gifted and talented? Do you know where all of the phenomenally awesome learning is happening in the system right now, our broken traditional system? There's two places that really amazing learning is happening. And I happen to be really fortunate to have been identified, to have been placed in one of those in a public school, despite my absolute poverty as the oldest of 8 children. Looking down on terrible students. Yeah. On the terrible, right? Okay. So there's two groups that don't fall within the purview of the regular system. Anybody know? There, at least in the school that I was in, growing up in, it may have changed by now. There was the gifted and talented, or the accelerated, or whatever, and you couldn't the rich and gifted, right? You couldn't say, I want to be in the gifted and talented program. You had to be identified by somebody. And to this day, I don't know how I was identified. Somebody just decided to put the nerdy kid over with the gifted and talented, so he doesn't get beat up by all the football jocks or whatever. And there's nothing against football jocks, even though they're all literally brain dead because it kills your brain. Go read the research on that. And so, and there's another group too. There's another group, and my ex-father-in-law was over this group. You probably heard about them because they make movies about them all the time. They're the throwaway kids. They're the kids that are sloughing school, and they've got family problems. They got all kinds of problems, and sometimes they're really violent. And so they say, look, these people have to be at school, and because they have to be at school, we have to put them in basically a jail at school. And so they put some, really jovial guy, and my ex, father-in-law, he's one of those guys. He's very, very tall. He used to be a sheriff, and they put him in charge of these deadbeats, and they've just been qualified as deadbeats. Some of them have problems at home and everything. So guess what? They don't have to play by any of the rules either. So the two groups that don't have to play by the rules are the gifted and talented and the deadbeats. And if you look at the innovation that happens in education in those particular areas, it's crazy. It's astounding. I can't tell you all the different studies and different things I randomly run into. I mean, in this one, he actually got funded from the local people to buy basketball jerseys, and then they made a basketball camp so they could do this thing. And then they started bringing in other angles of it, because it was all about the camaraderie and building associations and friendships and stuff. Polyglottal, autodidactically polyglottal, kind of, actually. We'll talk about that. But so and then what were the GT Quest people doing? You guys ever see Malcolm in the Middle? Anybody know that? It's an American thing. Anybody know Malcolm in the Middle? It's pretty old. It's pretty funny though, because it just nails this issue. So Malcolm is one of these kids who can pretty much do anything, and it turns out to be a problem because anyway, so I was identified, and I got put into this group with a lot of people that I went on to do amazing things with later in life. Yeah, and yeah, and I mean, one of the people that I was with is now the state attorney general in Utah, John Huber, and John Pierce, who I was never with, went on to. He was one of these types. I was never with him. I was actually kind of competing against him for one of my first really serious girlfriends. Jen, say hi if you're out there. Good old Jen Napier. I think she's running the Tribune these days in Salt Lake. A lot of great people. Jeff Davis. I'm using names here because I remember these people because I went through the GT program with them and bonded with them. It wasn't a tight bond, but it was like, oh, we're all in this. Jeff was obsessed with vampires. And he read every book, and he became a great artist. He's a director. He beat cancer and a bunch of other amazing things. I mean, and I've still got associations with people. I don't follow them on Facebook or anything anymore. But my point is that part of becoming an autodidact wasn't just Professor Lundquist, but it was the opportunity to connect with a certain group of peers that you may not have chosen to be friends with, but that you respected and that were always there and consistent. And it's the community, and that's what I'm getting at. And that's what I've strived to do with SkillStack, and I strive to do with this stream and everything, is as much as possible to provide an opportunity for community to just organically evolve. Because when you start to make connections and teasing each other or whatever, and we had a mutual respect. Jeff's off doing his art, and I'm like, oh, Rob's over on the Atari writing his code, and it's just we just kind of knew, And that community is a real serious part of becoming an autodidact. You can't just do auto self. You can't just do it by yourself. Learning has to happen because knowledge is someplace else. You can do experimentation and stuff like discovering, energy or something. But for the most part, you are seeking out the knowledge of others, or you're arm in arm supporting each other to go forward and take on another challenge, whether you take on the same challenge with them or you participate with them. So the point of one of the main points of that story is that you have to be, you have to seek out a community for support of some kind. And it could be you can do it just by yourself, but it's always better if you can find somebody that you truly respect, and working on this. And a couple of people come to mind recently, LTN Bob, who is also a streamer. He's here. Bob Tyson. He's running part of the show over there at the community college. This is a different person, by the way. It's a different community college entirely from my other stories. So please don't project my story about that. And he's the one who pushed me to start streaming. And we don't go out for beer every day. But Strager, Strager is fantastic. Strager is someone that I would probably have befriended in that area too. I really respect Strager. We might seriously disagree about specific technology, and we give each other a hard time kind of indirectly. Sam Griffin, there's a lot of people. Dennis, there's a lot of people in science and tech. In fact, I'm going to put this out there. I have not found personally this level of camaraderie in real life, and with people around here. Very rarely. I mean, Rob's one of those people. Ricardo, a couple of people, but the miracle that we have right now, we complain about being locked in our rooms and stuff, but we actually have the opportunity to reach out and identify other people, particularly through Twitter. I found an entire network of teachers that were willing to help me get what I needed to maybe consider getting into teaching. We have great opportunities now, and I'm just trying to get back because I feel like I've gotten so much from those things. So the story about that is, you don't have to have a GT Quest program and be identified to be an autodidact and find a community. You can build your own community. You can build your own Discord server. You can join ours and then find a friend or two and start pair programming, and then fork off your own communities. There's no rules here. That's like this, but it will help you as you go forward. So another big piece of that story is specifically Professor Lundquist's. And he called himself professor, even though he was, just a high school teacher. He probably, the amazing thing about this man, I'm almost positive now looking back that he was gay, but I don't know. And that's not really relevant, but I'm just remembering his manners and stuff. But when I look back at him, I never had any dealings with him after I went to those classes, but I just remember thinking to myself, later in life that he could have done anything. I mean, he was really, really smart. And here he was teaching a GT Quest program in kind of an, it wasn't a minor town. It was a copper, smelting town, in Magna, Utah. And he chose to be there. And for some reason, looking back, I look at these teachers, and this is one of the things that, gets me emotional, is because the fact that they chose to be a participant in this activity directly affected me, and they didn't have to. They could have done anything else. This he could have clearly done it, but he called himself professor. I remember that because I want to say doctor even, because I think it was because he could have done that, but it's a very, very dim memory because it was, it's middle school. But so here's some other memories of that are relevant. He sat us down on one of the first days, and they did some things that would seem really new agey to us now. It was the 70s after all. But he was a suit and tie kind of guy. He was actually a sweater and tie kind of guy. And he would have us all sit in a circle and put all our desks in a circle. And there's lots of reasons for that, by the way. This whole rank and file shit, I mean, stuff is just not how learning should happen. It's not. And, because as long as you have a back row, you're in trouble. Because there'll always be somebody in the back row. And, and you had to be a participant, you can't check out, and so we all had to be there. And he did a lot of simple things that you might be able to take into your lives as habits. Like for a simple, very simple thing, he would just, you had to be holding like the, what was it? When I say it was a bone or something, it was like a cow bone or something, but you had to be holding the thing, the rock or something, or you couldn't talk. And so he would guide these debates. And if you guys see me debating in this stream, that was one of the very first places that I learned it. He didn't ever have any formal debate training. We didn't ever go through that, but he would have us talk about a topic. He'd put the topic out there, very Socratically. And he would say, okay, you guys, we're going to talk about this. What do you think? What do you think? What do you think? And we would get, we were, 11, 12 years old. And we had opinions. And that he gave us permission to have those opinions. He gave us permission to think. He gave us permission to debate, without a formal debate team. He let us, and he taught us how to do it. He said, okay, you have the mic now. Now you have the mic. And we would laugh because somebody was like, I'm going to take it back, because they wanted to talk and everything. But it did a lot of things. It created this dialogue that I now know from many other sources that I've read was the natural way to do learning. There's many people who have been very successful at helping others learn, including Socrates and Paulo Freire, in producing verbal dialogue about a topic, and then finding, and that's kind of what I'm doing here. If you can't tell, I do have notes and stuff, and I've done this a lot, so this stuff's kind of coming out in that way. But yeah, there wasn't a lot of scripted stuff. It was just conversation, and then we would move around the topic, and he would guide it, and he taught us how to do that skill, and then but a couple other things he used to do. One of them was he taught us Bloom's taxonomy, and I actually am going to look it up. It's been a long time since I've looked it up. And I know if you're a teacher, you probably know it. It's probably a little bit dated at this point. And you might not be interested in it, but Bloom's taxonomy. Bloom's taxonomy is a set of 3 hierarchical models used to classify education learning objectives into levels of complexity and specificity. The 3 lists cover the learning objectives in cognitive, affective, and sensory domain. The cognitive domain list has been the primary focus of most traditional education and is frequently used to structure curriculum learning objectives, assessments, and activities. Now, he would bring forward Bloom's taxonomy, but he wouldn't just say, do this. This is what I've been told to do. We would talk about it. It's like, do you think this makes sense to have this much structure around your learning? How can you structure your learning? And I'm going to let you do that. I'm not going to go tell you what Bloom's taxonomy is, and we're not going to talk about it. I'm not going to recite it to you. I'm not going to deposit into your bank. You are going to go do that. If you care, again, you're the boss of you. You're the boss of your learning. You don't care about Bloom's taxonomy, fine. But if you do, go read about it. Go read about it and see what you think about it. See what other educational pedagogies and all these other, another thing I hate about academia is they invent words for stuff that doesn't need an extra word. In fact, one of the things that really annoys me about Ferry's book is it's so high-minded. It's like using words that aren't necessary to communicate the point. I think Socrates would really hate it, actually. He used to play the fool on purpose because he wanted to put all the attention on the person to find their own discovery. Really amazing. I wish I had. Socrates is probably one of the people, Socrates, right? That I think of all the people in history, I think I probably would have wanted to meet him even more than Da Vinci. I think Da Vinci was another autodidact. Like, he's a very good example of an autodidact. And we're going to get into more examples of autodidacts, I promise. At the end of this, I'll list them off, and you can go study. You can study them, and I would also like to have you suggest some people that you think are autodidacts. Bill and Ted meet Socrates. It's really funny. I learned about this is a true story. Talk about degrees of separation. I learned about Paulo Freire and pedagogy of the oppressed from a recent Wisecrack video that was, and it happens to be on my mind because I'm reading it right now, from a recent, Wisecrack, right? It's a recent Wisecrack video about, is Bill and Ted deep or dumb? And I cannot recommend it more. It basically takes through Bill and Ted, which is this kind of, stoner, hey man, hey Ted, and it talks about how, in fact, it was possibly a commentary by somebody who was Freirean about our education. Because what does he do? And there's some lessons in there about, since we're on this, let's just go with it. There are some lessons in there about how to be an autodidact. So Bill and Ted are not traditional students. Bill and Ted are not traditional students. They don't fit into the normal model. And the story is about them. It's not about two stoners who can't play guitar. That's not what it's about. It's metaphorically about two humans who can't fit into the current education system, who end up learning in a true way, the way that, the creators kind of hid from us. And if you unpack it, it's really amazing, because what they do is they're about to fail, right? Their whole lives are on the line. They're going to be sent to military school. There's references to all of the things that are broken in our education system today. It's a commentary on the learning process. Because why? Because if he doesn't go there, not only is he not going to make it in this traditional military-esque, public school, he's going to go to the absolute worst possible learning experience, military school, which is absolutely sit down, shut up, and do what I tell you. So instead, they have to save themselves by following a different learning path, and that learning path is 100% Freirean, and that's why they pick up Socrates first. So what they do is because Socrates was the champion of this original idea, and he's very quiet during the whole thing. But what does he do? So the Freirean idea is you give them an opportunity, and Wisecrack covers this way better than I ever could. So go watch the Wisecrack if you want to. Great videos over there, guys. By the way, if you ever see this, I strongly recommend, watching all their videos. And by the way, my stepson, who's completely unschooled, has learned about a lot of this stuff and brought it to my attention. He's the one who told me about Mr. Robot, for God's sake. I mean, I'm really grateful to him for that. That's another thing. You just don't know where you're going to learn from. But when you open your eyes, there's lots of opportunities to learn from all kinds of people. And so this commentary is more about what are Bill and Ted, up to? What do they got to do? So it's the perfect model. So Rufus, who could have told them everything they needed to know to pass their tests, doesn't. What did he do? He gives them enough information, puts them in this scenario, and says, here's the basic thing. Here's what you need to do to survive. Go learn. And that's what Socrates would do. He would teach them, logos and rhetoric and stuff, and then go out into the world and ask the questions and do your own learning. And there was a big de-emphasis on structured learning and more of an unstructured learning, the organic, being able to follow a topic down to it. That was my biggest complaint about college, is that I got really into a thing. I ended up writing a 25-page paper instead of an 8-page paper for some Russian topic on, particularly like the Levin, for example, and Brothers Karamazov. I mean, in particular, that was one that I wrote really long, and because I wanted to, and then I ended up getting a C in another class because it didn't interest me. but because the natural learning process doesn't always fit into a nice structure. And if you can't tell, that's why I have such a hard time putting structure around these boosts, because they're organic. They are more like the web, which is where the web came from, because that's how humans think. We don't think in these linear, pretty paths. We're organic creatures, so we like to link around to different things, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's not OCD to to want to do that. So anyway, so that's a commentary you can go look into as to, because ultimately they save the day. How do they save the day? They get all these people. They have a very verbal thing. There's nothing written, that's Socrates all the way. He hated words because, not words, he hated the written word, because he said it made it impossible for some people at the time to achieve, knowledge because they couldn't read. And so he was really down on written word. In fact, it took Plato to write it all. I didn't know this until I was 52. I don't know how many times I studied Socrates. I did not know that. So we live in an amazing time where you can learn things from multiple sources. But that was and then I watched the Socrates documentary, which I just finished last night. So, but yeah, and for that he was ultimately killed. Right? He was forced to drink poison. Because he was just messing with, talk about an amazing time. So I could go all day on that particular topic. We want to pull it back to Professor Lundquist, but Socrates, at his time, he lived in a time when there was massive war going on, and there was rampant religiosity that was just not tolerant at all, and that's why he ended up dying. That's why he had to, because they ultimately used him as a scapegoat. They made was it Aristophanes, which is an entire play about making fun of him and everything. And so if you want to study somebody who really understood learning in the autodidactic form, in fact, you could probably say Socrates is the sort of the model of autodidactic learning from the very beginning. He was probably the first one to get all the credit. We've been doing it all our lives. It's how humans learn, but he was the one who really, really championed it from the very beginning. So you don't know what you don't know until you don't know. Exactly. Yeah. And he used to say it all the time, right? The unexamined life is not worth living. All those quotes that come from him. So, he's somebody that's really interesting to study if you want to do that. If you want to have fun with it, you can also, watch Bill and Ted over again and say, wow, is this deep or dumb? What's going on here? Because ultimately they save the day by using all of these methods to produce the most amazing presentation. By the way, their presentation affects the entire crowd and they're making a point saying, you don't have to have a book here. You can actually have a video, you can have a dialogue, and you can have a play, and you can affect change and learning at a massive scale. And this is why I definitely don't throw games under the bus. One of the most amazing educational moments I've ever had in a game, if you know Witcher 3, is when Dijkstra goes, in fact, it got me really emotional. When Dijkstra, I can probably pull it up, but I'll let you go look at it. Dijkstra is there, and he's calling on Geralt to make a stand, and he can't be neutral anymore. He has to stand up, and it's just so powerful. It's just as powerful as any play I've ever been to. And the point is that games and art are a form of these kinds of things. They're basically big Bill and Ted presentations if we do them right. So we live in a time when the myth and the art are kind of mixing, and we can learn from that, and that's largely for the non hard skills, learning about what the world is about. But that's a big part of being an autodidact. Why the heck am I learning PHP or Perl or whatever or Java? What is the purpose of me learning how to code in general? Why am I even doing it? Right? You get slapped for asking that question. My wife talks about how she used to ask why in Catholic school all the time and get slapped down all the time. She's so great. I love her so much. She's asleep right now, but, so I'm reading some comments there. This is some of the most interesting homework I've been assigned in a long time. Well, you know what? Why does homework have to be boring? You know what I mean? In Finland, you know what some of the homework is? Go study caterpillars. In fact, one of the reasons they give them more time for recess is because when they're out interaging with nature, they're more prone to encounter a caterpillar. when I was growing up, we were latchkey kids who were not latchkey kids, but we didn't have a lot of things to do. But when we're given more time to explore the world, we care more about learning about the world. But if all of our time is filled literally so that we are exhausted, and that includes all the extracurricular activities that aren't necessarily pushing you forward. That's why I'm not so. Look, I was in sports forever. I was in soccer and tennis and cycling, and I did all the sports. But we are so exhausted. We don't have a time to look at our world around us and ask the questions. What's this about? Why was what was Socrates' point? Why is this tomato caterpillar so big and green? And these are all questions you can't ask. So this is why, I come back to Mr. Poulsen, who brought in to teach us geology. He brought in rocks. I had a huge rock collection after that. And my grandpa used to bring me a different rock every time because I got so into geology just from this class. He brought all these rocks in, and he would bring this little bit of sulfuric acid, and he would let us test it. It's probably illegal now. And he would let us test what it did on everything, what it reacted on and stuff. And he wasn't a physics professor, but he just saw an opportunity for us to engage with our world. It made it really interesting. The best way I've learned is through example and interaction. Because you're a human. That is how humans learn best. And the thing that's really frustrating is that somehow those methods of learning are largely, devoid of we don't have those things in our system anymore. I mean, we do, but they're always kind of like the exception that you remember, right? It's not like the norm, and it could be the norm. And you can make it the norm. That's the other major point I'm trying to tell you. This isn't a complaint about the system. This is a statement about how to work within the system to find your own autodidactic opportunities. The learning stops with you. You are responsible. It's not your teacher's fault. It's not your parents' fault. Look, you can live in horrible conditions, and I am not going to presume to understand who you are and what you're having to deal with. Please do not take it that way. But I guarantee you, no matter what you have going down, you can change your stars. And that's a Nice Tale reference, which is one of my favorite movies of all time. But you really can. But you got to take control. And that means you don't have to go yell at everybody. I tend to yell about things a lot, but you have to take control. That's the whole point. So on the new Bill and Ted, I didn't understand the mom married the two dads and then the brother. Oedipus thing, maybe, I don't know. I don't think that was a reference. There's still some debate about whether it was actually intended or if it was just accidental. You should watch The Wisecracks, pretty good. You're right though. Like, you'd have to stretch really hard to have that make a reference to anything. But it was very Shakespearean. I mean, the Shakespearean, there's a Greek actually. There's a lot of Greek plays that have like incest and blah, blah, blah. I don't know if I even want to go there, but yes, we are natural observers. And so if there's one goal I have here in the autodidactic thing, it's to help activate what's already in you, help you find it so that you can drive yourself. And this is why I'm talking about this very first. This is the most important thing, because everything else I talk about, you're gonna be like, I can't learn that. If you recite all the old scripts you've been taught and you've taught yourself and all your, I just can't and all this thing, you're not going to be able to move forward. So you've got to start out with the right frame of mind, and that might take some time to get. It's easy to say again, but there's some specific things you can start doing. First thing is just own it. Just own it. Just own your learning. Just say, I'm responsible for my learning. I'm going to stop blaming my college. I'm going to stop blaming my parents. I'm going to find a way to make it work no matter what. I'm going to learn Russian despite Victoria Mikhailova, and I'm going to go to Russia, and I'm going to come back, and I'm going to speak the best Russian ever. And she's not going to be able to deny that I fucking learned Russian better than anybody else in the whole department. Sorry, I swore there. You see what I mean? You can use that energy and apply it. Don't get mad. Get busy, right? It's one of my code of conduct things. Don't get mad, get busy. Big buildings, different clothes until I entered a school. And entering out a room, he sees the chairs and the chalkboard and realizes that he is in Earth and fundamentally has nothing to change. Wow. That's pretty nice. The history, let me read that whole quote. How do you spell that? Kanabalvi. The history that my teacher always gave us was that Socrates time traveled to our era and start getting crazy, not knowing where he is, so he can see cars, buildings, big buildings, different clothes until he entered a school. And as he entered as he entered a room, he sees the chairs and the chalkboard and realizes that he is in Earth and fundamentally nothing has changed. Yeah. I mean, that's what he fought against, man. He died for that. Yep. It's pretty amazing too. The technique, children weren't allowed into certain things. So he would wait on the border and it sounds creepy, but it wasn't. He would stay there and he would engage in dialogue. He was this crazy man walking around town all the time, engaging in Socratic dialogue with everybody to wake them up. And it worked. In fact, it worked so much that it started turning the opinions of the populace against their established gods and stuff. And that, you don't want to do that. Not then. And Sparta beat him to crap. Sparta beat them all up, and then they blamed it on Socrates. See? Socrates made us weak. It's happening right now, by the way, people. See? All this touchy-feely, like international trade and open borders has made us weak. We need to shut our borders down. You know who else said that very thing? I am not trying to make a comparison here that's direct, but all I'm going to say is study the rise of fascism in Germany. There are a bunch of amazing human beings who had been beat down after the Depression because of all the stuff that was taken from them because of all of the stuff that the world put down on them after World War I, and they were hurting and they didn't feel like they had a soul, and they were struggling, and they were like, we matter too, you know, and families were being punished and they couldn't eat because of these things that had happened, that the people who had done the wars in World War I had done. And so the entire population of Germany practically was in a state of like, no, we matter too. And along comes the guy who says, you matter. We will be all the same. We will shut down our borders and we will prove to everyone that we matter. The rest is history. Anybody else saying that right now? Yeah, it's the same message. I'm not saying he's him, if you know what I'm saying, but the message is the same. And by the way, if you want to understand this dynamic fully, watch the documentary called Capital. It talks about the economic trends in our industry and where they go. And this is a fun topic. If anywhere, it's suitable to talk about this topic now, because you know, learning to learn is a thing that's going to change your ability to progress. It's going to, if you learn how to learn, you become more in power of your own social mobility. That's another way of saying that if the economic model is going to let you, that's not always the case, but if the economic model is going to let you, you're going to make your own destiny. You're going to create your own social mobility. Because you are in charge of your learning, and you never can forget that. If somebody tells you you're not allowed to learn that, or you can't learn that, or you're too stupid to learn that, or you don't have time to learn that, those things are designed to keep you down. They're designed to keep you in your spot because that keeps the ruling elite in power, and you just need to find a way to learn it, and then over time, small successes. You will change. You'll change your stars. You really will. And I've seen people do it. I've helped people do it. I've had people do it. That I keep talking about this one person who got $100,000 as a starting salary. And this is a perfect example of somebody who came to me, didn't even know Linux at all. And this is not bragging. Please understand. This is someone who had got a major in college and was like, oh, there's no way I can do that. Hadn't even heard the word Linux. And within 2 years, with a lot of personal commitment on his part, he totally changed his stars and his social mobility, and now he's doing very well. That's not always the story for everyone, but it can be. It can be the story. Some people don't have the social mobility because of issues related to their economy, and that is a whole topic all by itself, which I would love to talk about, but it's not really relevant to autodidactic stuff. Don't you dare say, okay, just one anecdote, okay? There was a study done, this is in the documentary Capital. There was a study done, don't you dare say that I worked for this, ever, okay? It's one thing to say, I work hard. It's another one to say, I deserve this because I did all the work. So they did a study in Stanford, and you can go look it up. The interview is with Capital. And they had a whole bunch of people play Monopoly, which, by the way, I've talked about before. Monopoly is totally not the game that was really created to be. Monopoly was created by a woman to illustrate the dangers of capitalism versus, socialism. Not, I don't like socialism as a word, but and it had two parts. You could play it two ways. You could contrast the two together. And some asshole found it and stole it from her and sold it. And I mean, that's the story I've been told and remember. And then you just play the Monopoly version. So here's the study. The study found that what they did one thing differently. They flipped a coin, and one of the players got double the resources to start with than the other one. They could move twice the spaces. They could do twice as much stuff. That meant they went past go more often. And you can see the video that the people who started out with twice as much just because of a flip of a coin internalized that they were better people. It's crazy. In fact, at the end of the whole session, you can see the video. They're starting to make little jabs and stuff because you can tell that they're starting to like get the confidence saying, yeah, I made a pretty good decision there. They really believe they deserve it. And it's just a stupid Monopoly game. And after the end, not a single person attributed their success to flipping the coin in the beginning. All of them said, well, yeah, I got the beginning edge, but obviously the rest of it was me. All of them. Every single person in the study. That means that the idea that you're going to get rich and you're going to think that nobody else deserves it, you're going to convince yourself that you earned where you are, no matter what. And that's human nature. And so we just have to be aware of that. But don't, you know what I mean? So look at the study. It's a pretty amazing study. When you're pushed to a wall, you get desperate and cling on to anything. You really do. What's the documentary? Capital. Yep, that's the one. Yep, really good. This is the most interesting lecture I've ever gotten, coming from the Bahamas. Totally worth staying up past 1 a.m. Thanks, Paradise. I always get confused by doing a traditional way and by doing it the other way. Like people who got really successful, Elon Musk, he always advised people to work hard, put lots of hours in because that will improve your chances. Well, you can't not work. All right. So don't, I tried to put that into words there, but it's not about, oh, just let it happen to you. That's not what I'm saying. It's just a lot of work. And there's a lot of priority shifting that you have to do to learn. You can't just learn to code by, doing an hour a week. Somehow people think that you can, but you can't. You have to put the time in. So don't misunderstand. I don't know if Elon would agree with the traditional system. I'm not saying the traditional way is working hard. No, I'm saying the traditional way is through our existing rank and file public education systems, which everybody admits are broken. If you want to read a lot about how they're broken, read anything from Ted Dintersmith. He tweets and stuff, and he's got a really good handle on this as well. Sir Ken has passed on. He's not with us a couple of years back, and Ferry, of course, has been gone since a long time ago, 70s. So, but yeah, if you care, Professor Lundquist has instilled a lifelong interest in learning how to learn in me. Not just anything, but learning how to learn and studying people who have studied epistemology, how to know stuff and how to learn. And because of that, I have taken it with me my whole life. And I cannot, I get kind of, emotional, because if it hadn't been for them, I don't think I would have been as interested in the things that I was. I don't think I would have had the courage to leave the Mormon church, for example, and all the other many things that I did in my personal life. I've really screwed up in my life in many ways that I could get into very personally. And I'm not ashamed to talk about them. It's not like I'm trying to hide them from you. I just don't know if it's appropriate right now to talk about it. But my point is that I had that base, and that took me on the way through everything else. So everything I can do today to help you through stories or reflecting on your own self. And we're going to get into now the techniques to take this dialogue and these feelings that you're having and put it to action, because that's the next step after you maybe partake in some of the motivation. Capital in the 21st century. Yes, it's fantastic. It's an hour and a half or so. I'm not sure to follow. Someone says, get enough sleep and don't overwork. Well, Jan, you know what? It's you and your body, and don't let anybody tell you differently. Every human has a different physiology, and we don't talk about that. One specific case is we all have a different glycemic index response. We all have a insulin response. It's called. Some of us have. You ever know somebody who can eat all kinds of sugar and nothing happens to them? is because they have a blunted insulin response. They don't produce insulin, which causes you to put on fat. And I could talk about that topic forever if you want to talk about it sometime. You have to identify what your body needs at a given time, and you have to adjust it all the time. There is no one recipe. There's no one diet. Occasionally there's principles that'll help you. Some people need more sleep. Some people need less. Some things have been established by science pretty well. I talked about the REM sleep stuff the other night. I personally believe that you need to get at least 3 hours in a block in order to hit REM properly, in order to produce growth hormone, which most of your growth hormone, as Peter pointed out yesterday, is produced during sleep. Okay, so that's a different topic, but hopefully it is a part of becoming an autodidact, because you got to learn how to control your own body and your own learning habits, and all of that is a part of it. But if you're practiced in the skills of an autodidact, you will study and learn about your own self, about your body. You'll apply your own scientific method to yourself, and then you'll be able to use that to push yourself forward, in your way. And I just can't say that enough. This is the problem with education. I eventually had to give up. I had 1 to 3, and with 3 people were too many. 3 people's a class. And the best thing I ever did, even though it cost me financially, is to move to one-on-one mentoring. Because when we're one-on-one, you're free to address the direct method of intelligence and interests of that person. And that's if you're just a body of one and you're teaching yourself, then you have to kind of learn about yourself. So there's a big, I know that there's this whole know thyself thing. And I know this sounds really new agey, but you can't do anything until you understand what you like, who you are. You turn inward. And this is very Eastern philosophy kind of thinking. The Western philosophies of the world and the religions of the world are, outward thinking, and we can talk more about that later. But understanding who you are, I don't really have a module or anything on that. It is a part of becoming an autodidact, is because you can't learn until you know and set up a strategy, until you know yourself. And a lot of times that means you're going to screw it up. So look at here. See this? So here's my little piece of paper that I just made for myself this morning while I was, drinking coffee. It's like, well, this is the schedule I'm going to try. And we're going to do a scientific method on this. This is my hypothesis, and I'm going to give it a shot and we'll see if it works. If it doesn't work, I'm going to change it. And there's no shame in changing it, right? So if you learn to do those kind of things with yourself, you'll come to understand who you are, what you're capable of doing, how much sleep you need, and you'll be able to control your life better. And this isn't a self-help talk. This is a understand yourself so that you can apply your strengths to learning. All right. I never claim that I did anything 100% of my own. I can admit I'm standing on the shoulders of giants. Yeah, well, we all are. I mean, we all are. Let's be honest. It's all, we've all just learned from somebody before us, right? Linux is my God. There you go. On the other hand, people who are really, really successful, their advice is very different. Yeah, absolutely. And, if there's one thing that you could say about that, so like Steve Jobs he did LSD and yoga, got really famous. Steve Wozniak, locked himself in his room and worked in solder the whole time, breathed in the fumes. Everybody is different. Everyone has to find out what their method is. And honestly, I think that the reason that they're so successful, and it depends on the definition of success, by the way. Stallman, for example, not a lot of financial success, but one of the most financial influencers of all time. Even though I have big problems with many, many elements of Stallman's life and personality. So it's all about if there's one thing all of them had in common, and this is that at some point during their life, and that's why I told you the story about Professor Longquist, at some point during their life, they looked inward. They identified that they were the boss of their own learning, and they followed that. They learned how to navigate the system of dogma and traditional education, whatever, and religion, whatever, tradition. They learned to navigate that system. But despite that system, they still stayed in control of their life. They stayed in control of how they learned. They stayed in control of pursuing their own interests. In many cases, they had to just listen to their own internal compass and not listen to the people that were telling them they were wrong and stupid and they shouldn't do it. And so the one thing that I think all of those successes have in common is that that's what they did. And so, I mean, that's, there's lots of them, right? Some of I promised I was going to mention a couple other autodidacts, since we're kind of moving off the topic of the teachers that I'd had. that, you look at Thomas Edison, these kind of scientists, they're the ones who come to me as people who worked on a lot of things on their own. Another amazing autodidact who it's a huge tragedy, and here's some homework, is Aaron Schwartz. And this is another human being I can't talk about without getting emotional. And I'm not going to give away the ending. Okay, please don't give it away. But if you really want to understand an autodidact who changed the world, you use his tools all the time. He co-invented Reddit. He co-invented Markdown. He co-wrote the Creative Commons license at 15. Yeah. So complete autodidact from a very early age. He's a good example. If you watch about his life, he's a very shining example of an infant or a near infant who discovers their autodidactic nature from a very early on and never looks back until he has to. And it's really sad. But he just went. He would rather teach everybody and organize things. He invented Wikipedia 5 years before it was even a thing. So there's a show. You can write down a note here. Please write down the note. I'm not going to write all this down for you. But if you want to, the movie is Aaron Schwartz, the internet's own boy, and it's amazing. It's really amazing. It's really sad though. It's really, really sad. And hopefully you can watch it and let it motivate you. All right. So, you know what I'm tired of? I'm tired of tragedy related to people who have become, as Nietzsche called, Übermensch. Yeah. So there are a lot of people who slam Nietzsche for many things, and he deserved it, I think, in many things. But his notion of Übermensch, which in a time was very sexist to say, but whatever, Uberman, was not that they were above everybody else, but that they had, it's crazy because this came from Nietzsche, even though he had very little contact with any Eastern philosophy. It's the Übermensch is the one who realizes their own potential and looks inward, understands their own dharma or their own mission, and finds the power within themselves to act despite society. And that is my favorite idea from Nietzsche. I mean, there's a lot of other really nasty things in there, and his life is very tragic. You can watch The Geniuses of the Modern Age. It's another documentary if you want to get into that. These are all people who were also very, very autodidactic people. There's been many of them, and Da Vinci, of course, was another one. He's the go-to. Everybody thinks of him and only him, but there's many others. I like Aaron Schwartz's story because it's relatable. It's somebody from our time, and it's somebody usually from the age of the people I'm talking to. And I gotta warn you, it's very tragic. So let it serve to motivate you to push forward in his honor, if nothing more. Okay, so on the other hand, people are, yes, Luke, mind you, Elon is a hell of an autodidact. Oh God, yeah, definitely. Yeah, Elon is the definition of autodidact, and he also has a fair amount of narcissism. This is another thing that I've noticed too, is that just because you're an autodidact doesn't mean you're woke and you're empathetic and you're nice to everybody. There are autodidacts who are, straight up assholes and elitists. And the reason that they become that is because they become so proficient in their skill of learning anything as fast as possible. Like, oh, there's not a neural mesh. Okay, we'll make one. That's Elon. Oh, no one's going to Mars. We'll do that. You know why he does that? Because he is so full of confidence, because he knows if he sets his mind to something, aka Steve Jobs, yep, he can set his mind to anything and make it happen. Because he's been doing that, he's been doing that very thing his whole life. So that confidence has been reinforced, and it ends up becoming narcissism at some point for some people, but not all. And so when I say, the thing that's going to build confidence in you, if you're struggling with imposter syndrome or something, is the very thing that also turns Silicon Valley people into overwhelming assholes because they're elitists and stuff, and they need to be. It doesn't mean they're hurting our world or anything. So I'm not saying this is all, roses here. You might end up, please don't, by the way. I've run into more than one Sith Lord that I taught my, skills and how to become aware and how to use the force, basically their own force. And then they use it for evil, and they, believe me, I have stories about those you don't want to hear. Because as soon as they get tied into that thing, they start to see that they're better than everybody else. And then and rather than sharing it with others and being a communal learner with everyone else, they're like seeing how much better they are because they've learned the skill. Has anyone seen a streamer who goes by Yaguchi or something somewhere? I have not. No. I'm gonna have an Autodidactic. Yeah, there's many good ones. You guys, I think after this, you may have already known them. And this is, if I were with you in person, this is what we would be doing. We would be identifying moments in your own life where you feel like you've done this, and then reinforcing those. And then we would also be identifying people that we've witnessed to do this. And we just watch them, usually they called hackers and tinkerers and makers and stuff like that, but not always. Sometimes they're not even involved in a technical field. They're just really able to look out for stuff. Marty Lobdell, study less, study smart. My favorite video on the subject. Ooh, I have to look at that one. Elon's God is Linux too. Agreed. Sleep is for the weak. Science says otherwise. Sorry. Cannibal V, sugar and carbohydrates make more hungry and sleepy. This is true. Yeah, it's true. Hey, we were talking about glycemic index and stuff. Yeah, we could talk about diets all day. Noel Michael says, doesn't really fit the topic, but it's really nice to watch your streams before attending school. I appreciate that. Appreciate that a lot. That's definitely the goal I have. The reason I'm doing these, and again, just seeking enough remuneration for to keep alive and to keep doing it is for that reason, because no one's covering this stuff and no one will cover it. Do you think if Socrates has waited around to share what he knew and what he had spent his entire life studying, talk about an autodidact, Socrates came to his conclusions on his own, and then he's like, and one of those conclusions is no one else is going to come to this conclusion unless I help them. And so he set out to do that, and I'm trying to follow in. I am not Socrates, but I am trying to follow in that tradition of, not asking permission. If I had to try to go through the traditional way, I could probably be effective, and some people are, but live streaming is a no brainer. Salman Khan, he started Calm Academy, right? He's a stock trader or something, right? He's like, why are people not teaching math online? It's like super easy. And he wrote a whole book about it. He's super famous now. Never trained in education at all. So, you don't need permission to do this. It doesn't, I do not want to take away from the achievements of those who have put the time in to do this study, particularly now that I'm reading a lot of the books and material that I normally think I would probably be reading if I were in an education course, but you don't have to do it that way. You can just read the book, right? But then you don't get a grade, Mr. Roth. Then I can't get a certificate. So you have knowledge. That sounds really cliche, but because he can. Da Vinci was also supposedly somewhat narcissistic, but he was Da Vinci after all. Yeah. I'm interested in honing my asshole superpowers. Well said, Rerd. And believe me, I can be that too. And if there's one thing I need to check, it's not, I do have an ego, I won't lie, but it's it's a constant challenge. It's a constant challenge to keep. The one I have a hard time with was when I run into people who don't even have any interest to learn anything, and I just I should pity them, and I don't. I'm angry, and so I suck. I need to do better. I imagine Socrates had a problem with that too. So I obviously I'm not him, but I look to him and think to myself recently, because I just saw the documentary. I think about, what would he do here? Would he give up? Would he? And he's crazy. I mean, he would push people to be pissed off, because he would keep asking, peppering these questions. He'd go, "What did you mean by that? What about this? What about this? What about this?" And actually, Raritan, you've done all of that to me once, and I love it, right? And then they would say, whoa, I told you about it. And they just get upset because he keeps asking them to redefine their own definitions and find their own truth. And it's really unnerving, and it really angered a lot of people. But the people who were affected by it, changed. But it wasn't Socrates changing them. He just led them on their little path. It's basically the best troll of all, right? It's the best, like, ethical troll of all time, is to get somebody to actually ask themselves their own questions. And if they engage in a dialogue with you without the intent of like freaking them out or spinning them up and triggering them in the best way, and the way where they have to like examine their life. The unexamined life is not worth living. So his goal was to get people to examine their lives, get people to examine their careers, get people to examine their beliefs. And that made him a dangerous enemy of the state, because the state don't want you questioning things. So at least you're honest, Ronan. Yes. Science says otherwise, says the man sipping coffee at 2 a.m. What are you talking about? Me? Did I say science says otherwise? Are you talking about the 3 a.m. stuff? No. You're talking about the sleep is for the week, right? No, I sleep. I sleep a full 8 hours a day. Yep, I do. I make sure I get 8 hours a day, every day. Elon Musk and PayPal outdid my first business. Wow. Yeah, and you've done quite a few businesses, haven't you, Jim? But second to Elon at the start of the 2000s was still a good start. Yeah. Second to Elon? Holy cow, mister. Yeah. Yeah. Mr. Jim is was real estate your first business, if you don't mind my asking? Just go do some projects and make your own company. Absolutely. Right? You don't need permission. So it's scary though. And I tell you what, it's scary. I don't have insurance. I don't mean to tell you guys, be careful. I mean, you guys those of you have been following my ongoing saga. I am actually required by my family need to go get a job, despite my fact that I have a relatively good career as a mentor, making enough money to pay the bills. And I have done so for 8 years, but I don't have insurance. And talk about, the woes of American economics. I have to go get a job. So this is another thing. I don't know how that falls into the autodidactic conversation, but sometimes we are forced to do things we have to do. And I'm just accepting that it really sucks. And now thankfully I've had a number of interviews and opportunities for things that entertain me and that I will enjoy doing, that actually make a difference. It'd be really hard for me to do something that didn't make a difference, unless it was just like watchmaking or something. So yeah, but those are very, very real. It sounds like a failure of the schooling system. Well, look, you gotta be careful. The blame thing, I'm just going to suggest yes, I'm agreeing. I'm not challenging you, but let me ask the question. So why is it this failure of the school system? Who created the school system? There's a Socratic question. Who created it? Where did it come from? Who's responsible for the school system? Right? So it's usually a bigger question. Usually, I feel like my current employer does this all the time with new hires. What? It does what? Throw them into the fire and let them fall and build themselves back up is very effective. Absolutely. I have a story about that. And how are we doing? Okay. My first job as a system administrator, when I was at IBM, this is related. I was getting, I'll tell you the short version. So I was getting to go home for the night, and I was really proud that I put Linux on my laptop. And so this is the time that you guys have heard me tell the stories when I was playing chess with Brent. I won't tell you his last name. He's one of my favorite people I've ever worked with. Brent, if you're out there, man, I miss you. And we would, I taught him Linux, and, he taught me system administration. He'd been trained in the military, and we played chess every day and everything. And I remember that night getting ready to go home and get on the bus and, or the train in Max in Portland, Oregon. And I went to shut down, and I typed shutdown, and I was like, oh, my laptop's not turning off. What's up? Like, am I in the right window? I look back, and some of you know this story. And I look, I suck, guys. I suck. You know what I did? I had happened to have been working on the mail server for the enterprise, and I shut it down. Yep, I did. I was logged in to do some system administration on the corporate mail server. No, it wasn't Postfix. It was SendMail. And I didn't look at my prompt. You know what I'm talking about, right? So Mr. Terminal All the Things, Rob, didn't look at his prompt for the day. And yeah, big pain in the ass. And I shut down the corporate mail server. And in order to get the mail server back on, which was in Boulder, I'd only been a system administrator for 2 months. And I mean, I was a developer before that. And I mean, I'd had a very successful career at Nike before I went to work for IBM. I got, and I was sweating, but this is almost like the universe saved me because, so I was like, is mail still flowing? And I checked it really quick, and everybody had gone home for the day, except for one. I believe it was Ross, and he was still there. And God, I remember the color of the cubicle I was in when I realized that. I mean, it was one of the, pardon my French, it was one of the biggest oh shit moments I've ever had. If there's, because you gotta understand, I was trying to make a name for myself. I was young. I'd done all kinds of amazing things. I'd already been, in my mind anyway, I'd already been, Nike's webmaster, internal webmaster, and helped start some internet service providers and been a cruise director in Russia, blah, blah, blah. But the one task that I hadn't done is become a really good Linux system administrator. And so here I was shutting the mail server down. Ironically, so the end of that story is that it didn't go all the way down. Yeah. I don't know what it was, but something made it hang on like a NIT 0 or NIT 1. So it lost remote connectivity, but it didn't stop sending mail. Yeah. The send mail process stayed up. So it kept sending all this, thousands of mail messages. And I really lucked out. Because that meant, because I had to go a full night because I couldn't get anybody's attention. I think if I remember right, I could get that, getting that wrong. But, yeah, it sounds like something System D would do. Yeah. But it stayed up. It didn't go down. And I don't even remember if it was that night or the next day, but because the mail was still flowing. And there was no way we were going to have to wake up an operator. An operator is a computer person who works in the room with all the, the raised floor with all the computers, who goes in there and flips a switch for you. That's basically an operator's job. And you'd have to call them and wake them up and make a big deal of it. And I was so scared. And I honestly, I don't remember if I contacted somebody that night or if I just waited it through because I knew mail was still flowing. I want to say I called somebody, but I don't know because I was really scared. And I called my boss, my new boss. Really, the thing was that he hadn't been my boss for very long. He took a chance on me because I was a software developer, and I had been tinkering with Linux on my own. So I guess this does have some autodidactic relevance because I had been teaching myself Linux in my garage. I was running, tuckzone.net, and it's not there anymore. But all these amazing things because I had worked for internet service provider and all that. And I'd always wanted to do system administration. The job for Java coding, it went away as soon as I got hired at IBM. So I had to find a new job within IBM. And I said, I always want to do system administration. And Ross says, okay. And he gave me the opportunity. And he really put his neck on the line, letting me, without any formal system administration experience, take this job. But he was desperate, and he saw the other software development I had done and let me have it. And here I am, like 2 months in, shutting down the mail server. So I got to them, and again, salt of the earth, probably my best manager I've ever had. He turned to me when I told him about it, and how's it going, Doppelgangster? He turned to me when I had that problem, and I said, hey, bye, and I said to him, I have some news. Oh no, it had already gone down, and we had already called the operator and everything, right? And because when we found out it happened, it was just like boom, boom, boom. We had to get it back up. I remember that. And I didn't have time to like regret anything. I just knew we had to do it. And, but after the dust had settled, I got in the cubicle with him, and I can remember the look on his face then too. He has this kind of beard. He was Scottish. He would actually wear a kilt and go back to Scotland all the time. He's just this kind of portly, wonderful man. I love him to death, Ross. And he would, he's out there probably still somewhere. I just lost contact. And he would, I said, I said, you're not gonna. I kind of trying to cut the tension because we hadn't really talked about it, and I'm sure he was nervous too because he didn't know how to talk about it either. And so I went to him and I said, you're not gonna fire me, huh? And I said, and he looked at me and he paused and this also gets me a little emotional. He said, "Why would I fire you?" And I was like, "Well, I mean, I took the mail server down. It wasn't a small thing. It was kind of a stupid error. I might make an error again." He goes, "You're not going to make that error again." And it just hit me. He's like, and he's like, "Why? If I hire somebody else, how do I know they're not going to make the error you just made? You're never going to make that error again, ever, right?" It was just such a good moment. It was just really amazing time. Really, really great moment because I was totally destroyed. And yet, yeah. Time for me to take a break. So it took down a whole AWS data center. They won't fire him because he won't make that same mistake again. No, he will not. So yeah, that was a good story. I'm going to take a little break. We'll be back and we'll decide what we're going to do for the next round. Okay. Talk to you soon. How's it going, Taniwa? Welcome. We've been talking. I need to take a break there. All right. So, I actually think we might be able to cover most of these autodidactic habits and practices tonight without having to do more than this 4-hour session, which is a good thing. Because I kind of want to move on to the actual coding and stuff at some point. So, let's pick up where we left off. I told you my story about my big screw up and a lot of things there, right? So I learned through failure. My manager allowed me to fail and to learn. And that's a big thing. I think we should all give each other the benefit of the doubt and allow them to learn in all ways. And that includes people that are close to you. Sometimes we love to pin people to the wall because they're wrong on something, and we need to give them. God knows our world needs this right now, right? We need to look. I'm not saying to forgive people for some of the atrocities that have happened, but we definitely need to learn how to figure out to find a common dialogue and let people progress. Let people move and learn, whether it be about technology. I actually think Emacs is a good thing for some people in some circumstances, right? Because I've been allowed to change, and just one example. And so yeah, let's see. So the last part of this session, I think I want to focus on for the next 90 minutes or so, is taking all of these ideas and kind of brainstorming several ways of putting these habits down to paper and starting to do them. And a lot of it has to do with identifying how to learn, what to learn, and what are the steps to making it happen. And there are lots of ways to do that, and every answer is different for everybody. But I do want to say, I want to start with going through some services that we could. So some specific practices. So reflection. We've already talked about that. We talked about reflecting on who you are. Know thyself. And one specific thing you can do there, and I'm just going to go ahead and just write a quick little note here. In that, give me a second, and I'll put it up. I don't know what should we call this one, guys? Make directory boost. I think I'm probably going to call Autodidact. Yep. All right. So VI me.md. And so one of the things, I'll just leave it as item number 1 up here, is reflection. So personal reflection, and that's a better way of saying know thyself, right? My grandpa used to tell me, doesn't matter what you learn. He says, learn an industry before you learn to code, and then learn the code that goes with the industry. And that makes sense for anything. Learn what it is you want to do, but you can't know what you want to do unless you know who you are and what you're built of and what you like. And sometimes it's going to take a lot of experimentation. So some of the ideas for personal reflection that I would suggest is just, it's going to sound really lame, but going for walks. Just going for walks and thinking. A lot of Oxford professors are famous for doing this. They would just go out, Tolkien used to do this, and just in Socrates, they would go out and just walk and just be, and then kind of, give themselves time to think about what it is they like, and then try a lot of things, try a lot of stuff, don't rule it out. You need to fail a ton, right? So try a lot of stuff out. Let people come to me as mentors, and they can't when I'm mentoring them, they don't know if there's one thing I wish I had done that's a little bit of regret. I was never exposed to electronics as a kid, for no reason of nobody's fault. I just wasn't, and I absolutely know that if I had been exposed to electronics early, I would have been an electrical engineer or something. I would have gone that route because I love it. Because I don't understand it, but I really know that if I were to get into it, and by the way, I kind of selfishly put some electronic stuff in the died out of in the boosts near the end there with the Gulagun boards because it's something I've never really fully mastered assembly, and I want to master not only assembly but I want to do it on some boards and understand how those boards work and stuff. And that's like a personal thing. My point is that try stuff out. You don't have to go deep in anything, but you need to, and largely I think school is going to be one of those opportunities to do this. At least it's supposed to be. In my middle school, they had a thing called module shop. Is there any other person randomly out there who actually has taken module shop? Do you know what I'm talking about? And what they did is they had all of these little shop, like little stations. You could take a buffalo head, nickel and make a ring out of it. There was one that did electrolysis. Is that a thing? I want to say, I might be getting it wrong. What's the one where you can change the color of the metal? I don't know the name of it. That's why I need to do it. Anyway, you just got to sample everything, right? You could do this one with plastics. You had one with, I remember there was one with epoxy. It just could really smell the glue all day. And split water, yeah. Electroplating, yes, that was it. Thank you very much. Electroplating. And that's the one. Yes, it was. That's exactly what it was. And I don't remember any of it. But the point is that it was a shop class, anodizing. Yeah, you could go through each one of the, I remember because in one of them, there's metal shop and I made a blowgun. I was like, can I make this? And they're like, yeah, that's fine. And they had the standard ammo can that everybody made with the TIG welder. It was really fun. My wife is a licensed welder, by the way. So, the reason I bring that up is because the surveying of all the different skills was a way to find something that you really liked. And I wish I had done that a little more. So personal reflection is an active thing. It's not just walking around thinking, what should I do? It's trying stuff out and failing, like, Raritan says, and seeing what those things are. I've been going through the NAND to Tetris course mainly because I have not been able to get assembly to low level coding. I've been learning so much on the way NAND gates work and how to build it from my first principles. Yeah. And I actually have, my personal approach is going to be using something called the Gulagum practice board. And I've had several people go through it, including one person who was employed at 18 as a solar energy programmer and engineer. And so, yeah. Oh, she did actually for a long time. She decided she didn't want to do it any further. And she's this tiny little thing. So she's so badass. I just totally love her. So many reasons I love her. She's just fantastic. Don't tell her I said that though. No, I tell her all the time. She's sleeping peacefully in the other room right now. I didn't dare. I can't wake anybody up because they're all asleep. Shh. No, she was fine. The problem was that she had to do the exact same weld. She complains all the time about how people would get, because some of the welding jobs, they had to do the exact same aluminum weld 1,000 times a day, and that was it. There was never any. So they got really good at that one weld, and they didn't ever do anything else. Yeah. So, and that's a problem all around. So try stuff out, personal reflection, and then capture it. Capture your thoughts and ideas. And that means write it down. And you can call it whatever you want. I'm not going to tell you what to call it. Okay. I'm going to talk to you about some specific techniques for keeping notes and stuff, but that's largely up to you. As long as you are writing it down. I'm a big fan of paper. Every morning with coffee, I used to do a lot of drafting. So, and I had a drafting table and pencils and everything. So I still lend myself to that in the morning. I'll capture my thoughts. And so that's going to be the first part for autodidactic. You have to reflect on things. And a lot of this comes from the scientific method, actually. You're just kind of doing it to yourself. What's my hypothesis about my own future? And let me test that hypothesis and let me see how it's going. You know what? The scientific method keeps coming up. It's like one of the true paths to happiness and truth, because everything is subject to analysis and, compare against the control. Okay, here's my control. I like to do this thing. Well, let me compare this thing to the other thing I was just doing. Oh, that new thing says I like, anyway. So it's also great in real estate. GM's here, right? So in real estate, when you're going to buy a house, we had a very wise real estate agent, friend of ours, actually, he said, and by the way, you can use this technique. If I should probably put this in here, capture. I should probably put this right here. Evaluate your preferences, and I'm going to put another one here. So there, and you can say, well, I don't think I'm going to do that. So the real estate agent would do is you'd say, you only have to answer one question when you're going to look for houses. Do you like this house better or worse than the last house? That's it. You don't have to remember anything else. This isn't too hard. You have to make that one decision every time. You can't go look at 10 houses and then decide which one you like better. You have to look at each house and say, I like this one better than the last one. I like this one better than the last one. I like this one better. And then that way it's just one decision every time. Now, if your criteria change along the way, and I wanted to talk about that. If you live in a nice neighborhood, it depends on where you live, right? Sometimes you don't need to go for a walk and you can get the thinking done on your own, right? You can go for a pretend walk in World of Warcraft or something. I don't know. Figure it out. So, am I too loud? Probably being too loud. What else we got? So basically you have to start with something. So you have to start thinking about what is you like, and then write things down. And then you have to start, writing things down. And then when part of your personal reflection is you're going to have to start saying, you're going to have to make some decisions. This is the hard part. Decide what you enjoy. Not what you want to do, not what you're being told to do, not what you think you have to do. And those are all things that are really important. Like, I have to get a job to get insurance. I can still evaluate what that is based on what I enjoy, right? And we live in a time where we're really fortunate to be able to choose careers that are related to things that we actually enjoy. What I got stuff on me. And so, don't pass up that opportunity. What you enjoy might change. There's no, recipe here, but you have to decide what it is that you enjoy doing. And so write that stuff down in terms of daily activities. And this is something that I've noticed really, really helps people clear themselves from the confusion of so many things that they enjoy. Another way to do that is focus on what you don't want to do. Focus on what you don't enjoy. I should probably change this is a little bit hard to read. Let me make it a little darker. Give me a sec. So, a little bit darker there. Focus on what you don't enjoy. So, your passion, that kind of thing. To watch old guys on the internet, turns out, can it help? I think so. Keep in mind that nobody is hiring for your passion too. So that's why I don't want you to focus entirely on singer-songwriting. Here's a little bit of homework if you want it. If you are going to, believe it or not, you can find a job that's doing something that you enjoy. I promise. It just takes longer, a lot longer, and you might not have that kind of time. If you want, and it's a sacrifice, right? If you want to be a singer-songwriter, you can. So a little bit of homework. Go watch You Can Do Anything. Yeah, search for that. It's an NBC skit. She was passionate about welding. You kidding? And then she wasn't passionate about the career of welding, so she changed careers. So, and that's the other thing. You're in control. You can change. It doesn't feel like it, right? feels like we're, particularly once you get responsibilities, when you have children and stuff, it's like, I feel like my choices are being made for me. Like I really feel right now that my choice to go to work is being made for me because I have a family. You know, I wouldn't mind if I died without insurance if it was just me, but I want my family to have insurance. So, so yeah, I get your point. But so let's focus on the skills. So, look, even if you know that you're not going to get a job that's your passion, you end up taking something, you take a waitress job so you can eventually get to some other goal, or a steward job, I should probably say, that's a more appropriate term. That's fine because you know, at least you have taken stock of what it is that you really enjoy. If you don't know what your daily activities are, you don't even have a start. Suffering from absolutely not caring about it. If you look, I went through it too. It actually sneaks up on you, doesn't it? It doesn't start out like that. You start out, you loving your job, and then it kind of changes. There's a really good, Billy Crystal is in a City Slickers. Anybody seen it? It's one of the best movies ever. It's really good for people in their 30s. People in their 30s and 40s, they all should like mandatory watching City Slickers because it goes through all those questions. It goes through the questions about why I've lost interest in my job. I'm not doing it the way I used to. I'm going through the motions, that kind of thing. Another one that's pretty good. How do people recover from burnout? Well, that's what we're kind of talking about here. It is, I believe a lot of the recovery stuff from burnout has to do with rediscovering yourself and going through the autodidactic stuff again. And I can tell you from personal experience, I went through that. In fact, I founded SkillStack on that. SkillStack, the name SkillStack, was the name of a tiny little app that I made for myself only. That was going to do what I'm going to talk to you about. You can do on your own without an app. It was a way for me to evaluate what I want to do, what had happened to me, and I'm going to get there. But I'll tell that I have a little story about that I'll be able to tell tonight. That I think it's very embarrassing story on my part. So I can tell the good shiny stories, but I'm going to tell you a couple stories that are just like totally embarrassing. But they're related to that. They're relating to making a problem like that. So let's go through the process though. So in fact, let me back up and start. I'll tell you the story and then I'll tell you why these steps relate, because these steps are exactly what I ended up doing after I got out. And so I'm just capturing sort of the results of this story. And you can, I have no problem with you disagreeing with it. And a lot of you probably, it's hard when you're in the middle of it. Mr. Robot comes to mind. The whole movie is about the cynicism of you don't have control of your own destiny anymore and that kind of thing. It's all being driven by the invisible hand, blah, blah, blah. So I understand where that sentiment is coming from, but I still believe that you can take control and you can actually do something. This isn't self-help, by the way. Okay, let me tell you the quick story. I'm a big story guy, and hopefully I try to relate the stories to stuff that'll make a difference, and hopefully that'll be something you can remember. So this is the story of how I left IBM, and I'll try to make it as quick as possible. But I started out flying high. I was headhunted out of Nike.com. I was on top of the world. They had sent me to Nagano to cover the Olympics. I'd done conferences on technology. They were bringing us caviar in our cubicles and pretending to lock us in them because we were, so important. The CEO was doing news spots about Nike.com and Nike ID, where they put ID on the shoes, and we made the whole supply chain make that happen. I was really flying high in my 20s and my 30s on that, and then I had young kids. So this is how the story goes. I'm sure many of you know this. I had young kids, and I wasn't making a lot of money. It was really exciting. In fact, they were only paying me $30,000. Yeah. Looking back now, I'm like, how did I go for that? And because Nike, I found after a while, sorry, Nike, I'm going to throw you under the bus here. Nike preys on young, active, excited people. And there's Thursdays where you get free beer in the beer garden, and it doesn't matter because they're going to pay you $20,000 less than you're worth. In fact, this is what happened. So I was getting beat up. In fact, I was getting beat up by all the work they were putting me through. But I sort of liked it, what we were doing. It was very exciting, and I was young and had a lot of energy. But my wife and the kids at the time at home, she was, getting really burned out, raising young kids by herself. And and having them take me over on Sunday. In fact, she came in one Sunday. We went in to go pick something up, and they asked me to stay. They said, "You need to stay. We have an emergency." And I went out to the van, and I told my this is a really hard memory to replay. This isn't even in the bad one yet. So I told her, I said, they really want me to stay. And this is my ex-wife, by the way. And she started raging. I mean, her face just started raging, and I've seen that rage in many other forms. And she came in and she freaking ripped him a new one. She started screaming at everybody. She went storming in the door and she started screaming at everybody. I'm taking my husband. I'm sick and tired of you guys controlling his life and not letting him be with our family. We've been planning this family thing. We're going to my grandparents, because we were on my way to my grandparents. And they told me to stay there. And it was on a Sunday and we were Mormon. And she just let him have it. And there was one woman, I won't say who, but she raised her hand while she was getting yelled at by my ex-wife, and she goes, "You don't have any idea how hard this is to raise children because you don't have any." She went there, and this one girl says, "I have a dog." She goes, "You have a dog?" It's just like, oh my God, please no, don't, just let her get it out of her system and then we'll move on. And she just let her have it. She had been having all of this rage build up in her, and and I we can probably let this one go. And anyway, so I promise this has a point. Okay, so it's more fun with the stories if there's a point. She stormed out. She stormed out, and all of these peers of mine, I thought I was totally gone. I thought I was going to be, the next day I was going to be out of there. I kid you not. I was so scared. I mean, I told you, these are all my scary stories. So, and she, I looked around and I went to sit down, and I had to make a decision. I either had to decide to, she didn't ask me to come with her or anything. She was basically, I think she was kind of testing me. And I sat down and I said, and I got to understand I was Mormon. And I said, fuck this, it's not worth it. I said it out loud. And for me at that time, it was a huge deal. And I stood up and I walked out, and I thought I was saying goodbye to my Nike.com job. And the next morning, boss calls me in, and the manager, the woman, and she said, and she was relatively nice. I never really bonded with her or anything, but I walked in and she said, we understand that you're going through a lot right now. And I was like, okay, here it comes. I thought the axe was coming down. And, we understand from, what happened. And I forgot to tell that part, but my ex was telling him all about all the problems with our car and everything. And we understand that your car, has got some trouble, and we'd like to buy you a new transmission. I kid you not, that actually happened. And I was like, what? You're not going to fire me? And you're like, no, we'd like to show that we support you. And so I was like totally flabbergasted. I was like, what? And I mean, they still worked me to death, but, so they bought me a new transmission, and then we got the car taken care of, and it bought some favor with her for a while. And we, I didn't last very long though. And this is where the story's going. So, eventually, they pulled us in because I was flying high, and I was excited about the job, but then I let that turn into being overworked. And then I kind of lost my priorities, and I had 2 young kids at home, and then I started making, so here's where it goes. I started making decisions based on my family. Yeah, they did. They got the message. So I only lasted a few months after that, mostly because Nike brought everybody into a room, because everybody was getting burned out, not just me. And they brought everybody into a room, about 60 people. I wasn't there. And, we thought they were going to give us concessions. They were going to do something because they were really burning everybody out. And they put him in there, and the statement was more or less, this is a startup mentality. This is a startup culture. It was the middle of the .com boom, right? And if you're not up for the demands of a startup, it's probably time for you to move on, because this is how we operate. So rather than saying sorry or anything, 30 people quit the next day. 30, and I'm pretty sure that they wanted them to quit, and I couldn't quit. And so everybody else left. And and everybody else left, including, and I've told this story before, including one guy who I didn't even really, he was an acquaintance, but he wasn't really a close friend. I think he probably got a little bit of a referral bonus for mentioning me, because within a week I got a call from a recruiter, and I told the recruiter, I said, I don't have time to talk to you. I got to get this deadline. We don't have anybody here anymore. I got to do all the work. I said, I don't even want to talk to you unless you can do an extra $35K. And I was joking. I meant for it to shut the conversation down, which is, by the way, a really good technique. If you really want to shut down a recruiter, say, look, I don't have time to talk to you unless you can give me an extra $35K is what I'm making. So if you can't even hit that ballpark, I don't want to talk. And the recruiter said, no problem. Can you be to Dallas next week for the interview? And I was like, what? And long-time lurker. And so I flew to Dallas, and I interviewed with all these other newbies who were just starting, and I was like the senior. I was only in like upper 20s, and which is always really weird, right? And they ended up hiring me, and I ended up getting another like 10 or 15 grand than everybody else there. And then I went to this like month-long training and per diem, with an $80 per diem in New York, which was amazing. And while I was there, the job they hired from went away. So I had to find another job, and that's where the system administrator job came in, and that's where the mail problem came. The point is, by the end of all this, you're going to know my whole career, which I'm sorry that there's just too many stories in there that relate. Hopefully they can help. But the reason I'm telling you this story mostly is because I was on top of everything. I made a choice to move based on money. IBM lied, basically, and told everybody that it was all about peace, love, and Linux. Anybody remember that? It was a bunch of bullshit, by the way. But now it is, because they just bought Red Hat. Now Red Hat runs the company. So I don't know, maybe I was wrong. So, and then fast forward, my career kind of happened to me. I got the system admin job that went away, and then I had to find another job, and now I was taking whatever job I could get within IBM, and pretty soon I was working for a company where I was working for a boss who really latched on to me because I was his breadbasket. Wouldn't let go of me, even though VPs asked me to work on different projects, and he wouldn't let me go. And then pretty soon, all of a sudden, fast forward, somebody made the comment about what happens when your career starts, when you've lost interest in your career. And what ended up happening is my career happened to me because I didn't have the courage, because I had young kids at home and a wife to take care of, to make really tough sacrifices. Scary sacrifices. They probably weren't as scary as I anticipated they would have been. If I had known, right? I didn't have any idea I was worth another 35K. Had I known, I would have jumped a lot earlier than that. But I think we don't always give ourselves credit. Sometimes imposter syndrome versus Dunning-Kruger is a thing. And I have a video a long time ago I made about that. So the bottom line is I was now looking for needles in a haystack, memory bugs, and third level support for Tivoli on this software that tattletaled on people who didn't pay enough for how many CPUs they were running on. And I had gone from being this Nike.com person. I still had the same skills, and I kept myself up for the most part. But it was, very C specific and thing. And so here's the really embarrassing part of the story. I think that's pretty embarrassing. So all of that stuff in this story is to just demonstrate to you that you can have the best of intentions, and you eventually at some point, because of demands on your career, on your family, by having children, for needing insurance. That was the insurance. The insurance thing has controlled my decisions at least 3 times in my life. At least, we moved from Arizona out east because IBM doubled our insurance costs, and we were trying to find a way to survive. We had to cut our costs and get a smaller house, and so we tried to move to do that. And it forced a thing. So the economy in America, and here I am again looking for a job just for the insurance again. And so anyway, your job starts happening to you. And as soon as your job starts happening to you, instead of you controlling the fate of your job, then you get in trouble. And then there's some ways to avoid that. And we talked about the brag sheet thing, and I want to hit that again in a bit here. But that's how you're going to get your bonuses too, by the way. And it was, the point is talk about burnout, right? And it was like one day I woke up and I was like, I'm working for this horrible manager who talks me down publicly every time I bring up a bug and says I boil the water, and instead of, actually responding to the bug and doing the responsible thing, and pushing stuff out that's got major bugs in it and I can't do anything. I was just so done. I was like, I'm done with this career. I didn't want to do anything. I was just putting in the time. And so I started interviewing, and, I interviewed with a company that I thought I really wanted to work for. It was a gamification of education company. And they were doing, full stack development is what you would call it now. It was all, web stuff. It was Backbone back then. There was no React yet. And it was, very CSS-y and all of this stuff. It was this very modern job. And of course I've been Nike's webmaster. And so my hubris was still pretty high. I was like, I can do that. I never, I hadn't done any JavaScript at all for any reason anywhere, for 10 years. Actually, no, I played around with some PHP for a week there. I made a Yu-Gi-Oh clone with my kids, just to learn PHP. Once again, fun projects for education. Don't discount them. Make sure they go on your resume, even if they're a fun project, because that shows you have passion. And I learned a lot of PHP doing that back in the time when PHP was necessary. I also ran my own mail server, which ended up funny. The ironic thing is I crashed the mail server, right? Turned it down. Then so I was so sensitive about it. I ran my own mail server at home, so I would never do that kind of thing again. And then the same manager needed somebody who knew mail servers 2 years later. And so they called on me, and I was the only one in the room who could raise his hand saying I had mail server experience. And so they put me in charge of the managing the SendMail gateway. And I wrote my own scripts to do proc mail and send, checks on it all the time. It was almost like that failure that I had drove my improvement for the rest of that life. And I ended up becoming the guy in charge of the mail server later. Separate story, but so anyway, what was I talking about? So I started interviewing, and I interviewed, this is a really, really, really embarrassing story, and it's almost time for me to go to bed. So I'm going to talk about it. You got to promise not to judge me too much on this one. So you said about burnout, right? So the way you protect yourself from burnout, first of all, if you break it, it becomes yours. It's true. If you suffer from burnout, one of the ways to avoid it, first of all, I'm going to tell you the advice that a guy named Lon Bell gave me. And once when I was very frustrated after this really awesome project that we had been involved in kind of started I talked about it the other night, but Tivoli bought it out, and we were not being respected. We weren't being innovative and all this stuff. And he told me, and I don't know, I still to this day don't know if I agree with this advice, but he actually started a bar in his basement and all kinds of amazing things. And he was a decent manager, but he was largely checked out a lot of the time. And he once told me, he goes, you can't in a good way, I suppose. He says, you can't put your life values and your source of entertainment and fun and your value on your job. He says, no, that's a mistake. You have to find something you can be passionate about. That's where you put your passion. And then your job's a job. And then you have your passion over here. And so this is kind of to Raritan's point that, his advice. And so I'm trying, this is not just a Mr. Rob's view of the world. This is the only way to do things. There are many, many views of how to get through this world and this life. And so I please encourage you to listen to lots of people in the community and to kind of share information, because I don't have all the answers. I can just share what I've experienced. And that was his answer. His answer was put all of his time, energy, and money into his bar and get drunk pretty regularly, and just do his project leadership job at IBM and just call it a day. And it's not how I was built. I was built to really have passion, for whatever it is I'm doing. And honestly, I think that's a little naive. I agree with Raritan on that. But if you can do it, it's awesome. You're not always going to be able to love everything you do, obviously. But so fast forward a few years after that, and And so now I've got an interview with this gamification company, and I am talking to them, and I'm saying, and they first of all, the first thing I thought was really weird, and the reason I knew I was kind of out of touch. You gotta understand, I had just done a whole bunch of VMware integration with BigFix, and I, some highly technical things. Rewrote this, whole Perl module, and did the C debugging and stuff. So I had skills. I didn't feel like I was the dummy or anything, that I hadn't been studying. I'd had to bone up on C to do all that stuff, but I didn't have any of the web skills anymore. They had vanished, but I hadn't quite internalized how much they had faded, and that's the point of the story. So here it comes. So I'm I'm at an interview, and a vetting interview, and it's basically the equivalent of a whiteboard, right? They put me up. They got me in front of a screen, and I've got to type into it, and I've got to code. And it goes, and we had this nice talk. I think it was obviously 20 something, and yeah, I think I was in my 30s or 40s at the time, 40s actually, yeah, 40s. And he said, okay, well, we're gonna start something really easy. And the whole way he talked to me, can I just say, just totally put me off, because he was the interviewer and I was the interviewee, and honestly, I probably had some ageism. I was like, who is this pipsqueak who's gonna like give me this interview and tell me what my worth is? And I that was probably not appropriate, but I definitely felt that way. And I have a hard time telling this part. So he asked me a question. He said, can you parse? I said, we're starting something easy. Just show me how to parse some JSON. Here's some JSON right here. Just show me how you would parse that. It's just an easy task, just to get going. And I was like, Anybody know how? It's one line. And you know what? The worst part is, I knew it was one line. I knew it was one line, but I couldn't remember the line. Before we go on, does anybody actually know the one line to parse a certain amount of JSON that's been assigned to a variable? So you don't ever have that question. You can't get past it. What is the JavaScript to parse all of the JSON that's contained in a given variable? One line is DFA. It's just JSON dot parse. That's it. Yep. And I couldn't remember. It's JSON dot parse. JSON dot parse. And then you put a variable or whatever in between parentheses, a string in there, will turn into, well, in this case, we were using JSON dot parse. You're talking about Parson. Yeah. JSON dot, well, the answer was JSON dot parse. Yep. There you go. There's somebody who knows. Yep. JSON dot parse. And I knew of the significance of JSON. I could talk up and down about how important it was for communication. I had all the architectural knowledge. I could tell you the JSON format. I could tell you why JSON beat XML in the long run. I had tons of knowledge, but I could not parse JSON. And so you know what I did? I wrote the most amazing. You could probably guess what I did. If you see me write pagan, right? So what am I obsessed with? Yeah, I wrote my own parser in Perl, and it took me like 5-10 minutes, right? No, Perl. I didn't have bash skills at the time. I had shell skills, but not bash, and there was no regular expressions. So I wrote my own Perl parser, and because he said, I don't care, whatever language is fine. And yeah, and I I wrote my own Perl parser with a really freaking awesome like regular expression, and it was longer, and it was totally chicken scratch. I mean, you can imagine, it's Perl, right? And because I had to do it fast. And this, front-end engineer who was interviewing me, this pedantic, sort of superior aired, kind of dude, he kind of patiently waits for me to finish. And because I started out saying, I know there's one liner to do this in JavaScript, but I don't remember the exact line. He goes, that's fine. What can you do it in? Could you try something else? And it was more about him at that point, I'm pretty sure. He was like, I want to see how much superior I am over this dude. And inside, at least that's what I was telling myself. That was my script. And so I was like, no, God, no. You kidding? So I was like, I'm not going to let this little asshole get away with making me feel small like this. So I wrote this really awesome Perl, and it parsed it, and it was the right thing. And I said, so this is a general idea here. And I started explaining it to him, and he kind of pauses, and he says to me, he pauses, and he says, do you think there's a simpler way to do it? Just like that. Oh God, it probably took me, I don't know. I don't remember, but it was more than 5 minutes. You know, it was supposed to be an easy opening question. And I knew I had failed the interview. I knew it. I knew I had failed the interview in that second, because all their software was based on JavaScript. And so I knew it was over, as an exercise to the interview. I know. Right. And he didn't care about how awesome my Perl was. He still thought I was this old relic who had no business working for that company. And I got this, the recruiter called me the next day, and oh God, it was just so, look, I had prided myself on my career expertise my whole life. And I'm telling you this story because I want you to know about everything that happened after that day. I was definitely the most astute, kept up person on my team. No offense to anybody who might be watching. I actually researched new things. So many people at IBM did not do that. It's kind of a sad state of affairs. People were worse than me. They literally didn't learn anything unless they had to. And this goes back to the autodidactic thing, which is why I'm going through this. And so that autodidactic tendency is with you, but it can also be beaten out of you when your job starts happening to you and life starts happening, and then you don't seek out opportunities to learn. I've been working so hard that I hadn't set up a mail server or tried to hack anybody or any of these amazing fun things I had done in my 20s to learn, to learn things, because I had slowly kind of just gotten sort of at ease with it and was more interested in the business of living with my family than I was in keeping my skills sharp. And although I had really sharp skills, it just weren't the skills they wanted. And I kept telling myself, well, they'll see how good of a coder I am, and they're obviously going to be woke enough to know that I can learn this in a day, because I could have, because I was coming at it with that sort of arrogance that I'd been instilled in myself from being an autodidact my whole life. I knew I could learn it, but I had stopped practicing that. I had stopped practicing the autodidactic thing. I knew that the autodidactic skill was in me, and then I could execute on it when called on. I'd done it over and over and over again. They asked the whole team of people, is there anybody here who can code C to make a fork bomb so we can check the performance management of this application? And they're like, nobody could raise their hand, including a bunch of people from Romania and Bulgaria. And I was like, if nobody here wants to do this, I'll do it. And you're telling me you're going to pay me to write a fork bomb? I'm in. That was a fun project, man. And do you think the guy who gave me my interview would have gave a shit? I'm sorry, about my fork bomb program I wrote? No, because all he wanted was to establish trust with his company that I could make really awesome front end applications so that we could gamify education. And it was it was a wrong position for me, obviously. Ironically, I would go on to make Skillbots and SkillStack and all of these other ways of gamifying education. And I would actually rewrite all of code.org in Python so it could be executed from the command line using TK, and it would draw the little guys. I even used the images right off of code.org. So I would end up writing way more code for education and gamified education than I ever would have for that tiny little company. But that company put the fire of God under me, because I was like, how dare I let myself get this beat down? How dare I let myself get this? I was so mad. I actually sat on an email that I wrote to my manager. I never sent it. It would have been instant firing if I had sent it. But, and so I created SkillStack. Actually invented the name right there. I said, I'm going to make a skill stack. And here is how you make a skill stack. And this is going to be the last thing we're going to talk about. So whether or not following your passion turns out to work for you and you have to make, sacrifices, going through this exercise will help you. I've seen it help a lot of people. It helped me. Let's put it this way. I'm putting it out there and you can make a decision, decide yourself. I don't want to say this is the recipe for this. No. So here's how it goes. So we're going to assess your skill stack. So the first thing to do and you don't need to have an app for this, although I do plan on making one again someday. The skill stack you make boils down to, because there's a lot of technologies. The whole point of creating your skill stack and managing your own skill stack is so that you can get over that feeling of, I don't have control of all of the things that I'm supposed to know. It's like drinking from a fire hose being in Technologist. There's so much stuff. And if you don't come up with a way, and this is one of the most important autodidactic habits you will create, period. And this is why I'm going to wrap up on it, because this is your homework, to kind of do this sort of thing. And you can't do this skill stack activity until you've gone through some personal reflection and decided kind of what you want to enjoy. And I forgot to mention that your daily activities in terms of, what do you like to do? Do you like to be with kids? Do you like to work with kids? My son decided he likes to teach, but he doesn't like to be around kids. Do you like to be on a terminal? I actually don't like sitting in front of a computer hunched over for 10 hours a day. I kind of wish I had evaluated that. I think I might have gone in to become a forest ranger or something. And that if I had, because I was a river guide and stuff, if I had actually asked myself these questions, what do you enjoy doing daily? Okay, and this is kind of a pre-skill stack activity, which I didn't quite flesh out before we got to this point. But so, what do you enjoy doing? Do you like to do? My wife loves to cook. She will cook something new every time. She's not like a Hausfrau. She likes to knit. She likes to work with her hands. She can't be in one place. She absolutely hates staring at screens. She likes to be creative. Yeah, she's a creative. She's 100% creative in everything she does. I like languages. I love communicating. I love writing. I love speaking. I love meeting people. When I was in Second Life, I loved building in Second Life, but I didn't love building as much as I loved getting to know the people in there. I had some 900 to 1,000 friends, and I couldn't get anything done building. I would sit in Sandbox with AM Radio, if you know who he is. He's very famous artist from Second Life. And he and I would sit next to each other in the IBM Sandbox, and we would build things. And I built this really awesome, like 89 prim rows and stuff, and I'd sell it in the shop and everything. And I make stuff for the ballet and all this 3D stuff. And I'd get my Blender out and went on to make EdTech Retreat and build an island for teachers and everything. It's a whole separate career, sub-career that I had between. It's a rocky story. I'll tell you to you someday. But my point is that it's this engagement, and so I know that about myself, is that I really, really love people. But I'm not very always good with people and communicating, but I love parsing languages and that kind of thing. So I've come to know that I really love those things. If I can do them every day, I'll do it. I love terminal UIs, which is really funny because I just got a job posting come through that's actually a job doing terminal UIs in Go. And I'm like, wait, they're going to pay you just to make Go UIs? Okay, I'm in or whatever. I mean, it's one of the many. There's another one that I interviewed too for that I'm considering, but my point is find out what those activities are. Not, I like to play guitar. That is one thing, but, or like, I don't like to sit. I like, the more specific you can get, the better. And just, just like write it out in a journal or write it someplace. And, we'll probably get to some of those specifics, on our next round. And I might have to add another session for structured data and markdown. That's probably going to be, a series that I'm going to inject after this rather than making it a part of this series, just so you know. But that's one way to take notes very effectively. But for right now, let's not worry about that. You have to know what those daily activities are. And then here's the next step. The next step is to write down, get a piece of paper or a spreadsheet or something like that, And anytime you hear, so after I had to continue the story, I guess, after I had that interview, I realized that there was a lot of stuff that I had been keeping tabs on that I didn't have a higher level of knowledge for. And I'm going to say something here. I hope it doesn't get me in trouble with Google, but because the guy that I interviewed with when I interviewed for Google, actually asked me, not to tell anybody about it, but it seems kind of stupid now. So I hope I don't get in trouble. But it was Google's evaluation scale. And when you hear it, you think it's dumb, but so on a scale of 1 to 10, rate yourself in this thing. So here's your columns. You have a column, and this activity was not from Google. Just the rating point system was the scale itself was inspired by them, but it's not really unique. But the idea is that you just make one column and now just write all the buzzwords down. Write everything you could ever think that you've heard of, and just maintain that. So you're on the internet, and we need to talk about that too. I might have to do that a little bit next week. We need to talk about how to connect to hear about the technology, how to stay prescient, and I got to remember to make sure we talk about that next week. So, but the point of the skill stack activity is that you're putting in the column, you're putting down, SQL, gRPC, protobuf, Kubernetes. You hear all these words that are flying around, right? And you just write them down, so you don't have to panic. You can say, okay, I've got these words down, and you'll get a pretty big list actually. And the reason you're doing this is so that you can isolate which words are important to you and which ones aren't. And Docker, right? But there are so many words and acronyms that it just becomes acronym soup at some point, and you don't know what you're supposed to learn and how they're interrelated and stuff. So in order to get a handle on this, and then convert this into and convert this into a skill stack that you can focus on, you're removing the stress and just writing all of it. You're just writing it all down and getting it out of your system. What's this? I don't know. I don't have to know what this is right now. Okay. And that's the second column. Okay. So the second column is, on a scale of 0 to 10. And I'll tell you what the scale is in a second. I wrote this down somewhere. What is your rank on that thing? How do you assess yourself on that thing? And 0 is you've just heard of it. You don't even know what it means. It's an acronym. You don't know what the acronym stands for. 1, you know what the acronym stands for, and you can tell you the words, but you really can't speak over that. 2, I can describe it to somebody, but I have no hands-on experience with it. That would be me in gRPC last week, right? Protobuf. So 4. I'm sorry. 3 is. I sort of know what it is, but I'm not really proficient in it yet in order to work with it. 4 is I know it and I can work in it, and it's a part of my task. I'm almost there. I'm probably at 3 or 4 on Protobuf right now. I don't know though. I might be could I be effective using Protobuf without a lot of help? But I have to go look a lot of stuff up, and I have this scale written down so you can go look it up. But the idea is that the big points within the scale, which this is sort of from Google, is that 5 means I'm giving conference talks on it. So like Taniwa, if he's still in there, he's a 5 in Kubernetes, right? He's giving conference talks. He's helping people. He's the go-to person. A 4 is okay, I can do this, and I'm also the go-to person on the team. 3 is I'm proficient. 2 is I'm getting proficient. 1 is I just barely know what it is. And everything from 6 to 10 is all I'm a rock star. So, and that's why it's a Google scale, right? 10 is I'm Guido van Rossum. I made Python. Guido is the only one who gets a 10 in Python. And then 6 is, I'm writing books on it, and every layer. So that's, that's the scale that they use. So you got to understand that though, because you look at the scale and you're like, what, you're saying you're only a 3 in Oh, I was just talking that you're probably a 5 in Kubernetes based on, I was using you as an example because you've given conference presenting, you're kind of an authority on it. You got, you got some expertise in it beyond just, I can do this for my daily job, really, and I'm the go-to person. So 4 is kind of like everybody comes to your cubicle if they have a question about it. Right. And 3 is you're proficient in it. And two is I'm still kind of getting there. So, and 1 is I barely know what it is. I guess I would kind of give myself a 2 in protobuf and gRPC right now. You don't have to fully know it to be a 2. You can say, I have to look this up a lot, right? And by the way, there's nothing wrong with looking stuff up at all in tech. It's like, how fast can you look it up? Which gets into using links and everything else, which I'll talk about later. But so around 5 out of 10. So just around 5 of 10. Yeah. So yeah, I'm at 3 in Python. I'm just still learning, right? So 3 is pretty much, I could be paid to do this, right? I feel confident being paid to do this. Obviously, I'm going to have to look some things up. 2 is like, I'm not quite confident being paid to do this yet. I'm still becoming acquainted with it, and that kind of thing. 4 is like, no, I'm the team expert on this thing, and 5 is I'm the conference expert on this thing, etc. And I know how to turn the computer on. Instead of 0 -1, right? So this is, thanks for the compliment there, perfection. So that is the basic idea of scoring yourself, and then there's a third column. Okay, so this is where you have to decide what you want to do, and basically, I should probably put this on here, and I have this written some other place too. Identify occupations that do those things. And this is a big step. This is all part of Good to Gig as well. And this is going to, the eminently qualified person, making knowledge-based blog myself. Nice. Like you taught me. Good job, Data. I know it's the most understood fundamentals to have a concrete base. Yeah. Right. So that's the kind of idea, right? And by the way, I don't get credit for this. I'm just kind of putting thoughts around what other people have suggested. I haven't heard of this idea specifically, but this is just how I survived. So the third column is the really important one. The third column is where you want to be. Okay, so, and you don't have to fill these in, and you can change them however you want anytime. So you end up with this piece of paper or spreadsheet, and you've got these random buzzwords all over the place. And by the way, they don't have to be big. You could have Go there, but you also have Go routines or Go contexts, right? And that's just when you hear about them. And you're going to be adding more to it as you sort of identify what's needed for a job. Another way to actually fill this thing out, if you're a job seeker, is to actually read a lot of job postings. And that's where this identifying occupations comes from. If you identify the kind of occupations that are in the industry that you want to do, people say, I want to get a job. You should identify what you want to do, what kind of industries you want to be involved with, which have the occupations that you want to do, that contain the daily activities that you want to do. And then you identify companies. And I would suggest you actually identify 3 specific companies that are primary companies, that these are companies that like for me, GitLab comes to mind. GitLab Netlify is another one. HashiCorp, I have a dream of being able to work there. Identify companies that you would just dream of working for. And I actually did this, and this is another story I'm going to tell really quick, because this is related to building your skill stack, right? And filling out that chart. When you're evaluating companies and you're looking at job postings, you can mine the data out of those job postings and say, well, I have no idea what that is, and you can put that in the column and put yourself as a 0. But you can see that it's a position that you might be interested in. You might not even understand the title of the position. And so this just puts parameters around your autodidactic research about what it is you have to learn. And this is helping you build your skill stack and start to establish an academic plan for yourself, learning plan. Jocko Wilco spoke about this a while ago, having a framework to evaluate yourself, right? There are no wrong answers as long as they are truthful. Cool. I'll have to read that. I'm not aware of that. You can ask yourself a few questions. Where are you currently? Did you do anything this week to improve yourself in the field? Is that okay to say no? What do you want to do to improve on? What do you can improve on these areas? Please, FK, please send me a reference to that, because I'm about to say those very things. And so let's stick with like column 3. Okay. So column 3 is, where are you? Right. And you can't this gets into self-assessment, which I don't know if we're gonna have time to talk about tonight, but you have to learn to be your own best self-assessor. And this is where my whole concept of open credentialing comes in. And I've done other videos on open credentialing. They don't have a place in here. I want to see a world where one body, like Linux Foundation controlling certification or Pearson goes away, and that we build an entire open credential system based on trust. And that starts with being able to assess yourself, and then ask your buddy to assess you, and then ask your mentor that you pay money to assess you. And then yes, ask Pearson to assess you in addition to your own assessments, because you have the list. Assessment is for you. Assessment is for the individual. It's not for the organization. And I don't know where we lost our way with that, but that is a really bad thing. You can't even get your Pearson results. So how are you supposed to self-assess if you don't even know what you fucked up on? I mean, I think some of them you can get it on, but not on all. So this whole skill stack activity is driven by discovering what it is you like. So that's assessment. And then discovering what you need to learn to get there, and then how good you are at those things. And then, like Taniwa says, how to get there by isolating one at a time. And that's the next step. So you've got your column of things. You've got your column of numbers of where you think you are at this moment. And those numbers will change. You'll improve. You'll start to learn that you actually know more about something than you thought you did. It's very organic. You're gonna be changing it all the time. And then the third column is important, because that's the one where you start to establish, what do I have to be to achieve my goals here? Do I need to be a 5? In order to write a book about, like I would love to write a book about Go, right? Do I have to be a 5 to write a book, or can I write a book at 4? And so these are all your own questions. You have to do this. But once you start to get those columns fleshed out, it's very organic and changing all the time. But the next step is to circle 2 of them, and have only 2 of them circled at any one time. And this is hard. This is really hard. But this is where the focus comes from. And if you watch my other streams during the week, you can probably tell what mine is. Right? My currently circled boxes are gRPC and protobuf. Those are my 2 boxes. And actually, I'm kind of cheating on this, because the reason I say 2 boxes is because, frankly, probably one of them is probably WebSockets, if I'm honest with myself. The reason that you should circle 2 of those things is to make the best use of your time. And this is kind of my idea that I've just kind of arrived at to save my own self from wasted time. And so one of the boxes is the most important thing that you know that you need to learn, that is really hard to learn. It's like you have to learn calculus for AI or something, and you have to learn it because it's going to get you to where you need to be. But you don't particularly like it, and it's really exhausting. It's hard work. And so that's the one you save for when you're really, really, really fresh. And you know when that is, right? Like when you wake up and you've had coffee. And then the other box is the fun one. The other box is the fun one. Now, sometimes they're the same, right? But the other box is designed to be something that is just, you feel like you're cheating by learning about it. Like for me, that's like writing bash scripts that talk curl to GitLab to manipulate my repos, right? So it's still on my list, but it's way more fun, right? It almost feels decadent working on it, but you're still learning. And the reason that I suggest you have those 2 is because the one is when you're fresh, and then if you have the other one, then you can take a break and you can do the fun one, and then you don't lose 2 hours to Witcher. or 6, right? Because you end up totally kicking out, and then you don't do, you lose some learning opportunity there because you've gotten so exhausted on that one you push yourself on. So your reward is working on the one that's fun. And you see me do this on the stream all the time. So, I'll be really burning my head on my pagan project, which I know I need to do. And then I'd be like, well, gosh, I need this other thing, or I need to work on this. I want to work on my scoring system. So I'm going to write a little bash here for that. And I'm still learning. It's just, and I'm using the best use of my time. I'm just doing that. And so how does that get you to where you need to be? It's just, just maintain the thing. we're going to talk about this later probably, but also you need to keep a log, a learning log. And we're going to, I don't know if we have time tonight to talk about how to make a learning log. I think I'm going to save that for next week. So next Friday, we'll pick up where we left off here. But, cause I want to leave a little bit early today, cause I've been talking straight for it's a little bit harder to do than just code a little bit. So the end results of maintaining your skill stack. And by the way, don't get hung up on, this is why I don't have an app for it right now. Don't get hung up on the logistics of how you're doing this. That's not the point. There's people who will bike shed this shit forever. And bike shedding is the act of working on the thing that's unnecessary because it's easy. I mean, it's at least a less priority. So you work on the bike shed because it's too hard to design the main building. So you put off the hard stuff till later. So you just get all the easy stuff done. So don't bike shed this, just make sure that when you do it, that you don't overdo it. You can get really, OCD about the whole thing. But when you start to do this, the reason I do it is because it frees my mind from the stress of not knowing something and being afraid that I'm going to forget about it. And as I age, it's even more important that I remember the names of things that I need to search out later and then start looking for resources on that thing and build myself a plan to increase my numbers. It's like and that's completely up to you. We'll talk about methods of doing that, but how do I get from being, a 2 to a 3? And next week as well, we're going to talk about comprehensive versus challenge-based education and how I believe you should have those two prongs together in order to fill your gaps, but still maintain your interest. Challenge-based learning is way more fun. It's kind of gamification of learning than just slogging through a book with a bunch of exercises in it. And you find me doing that all the time, like over-engineering my resume and having fun. Those are challenge-based, sort of fun-based projects, but they're notorious for leaving gaps in your learning. So, and then you don't want to go into an interview thinking you have gaps or actually having gaps. So you need to supplement that with some sort of comprehensive learning, which is either a book or, usually a course or something like that, something that takes you top to bottom. It could be just, in my case, Kubernetes, just going to the site and reading all the documentation on the site. That's all it takes. You don't, and then making little mini projects as you go through the things, so just so you can remember them, all the while working on some, major fun project that involves the technology. So I have been talking for a while. I'm going to go ahead and read now. Are there any questions on the skill stack thing? You don't have to do any of this, of course. This is all up to you. The takeaway from this is just knowing where you are and where you need to be, and knowing what you want. You have to know what you want, so that you can assess where you are, and then where you want to be. And I'm going to end with one story that is I've talked about. A lot of people have heard this story. I tell it a lot. Forget to mention that I discovered y'all through Dennis. Dennis is awesome. And so Dennis is, he's a natural autodidact. Oh my God. It's funny because he's one of our arrogant, smart autodidacts. How to turn the computer off. So I'm going to end with this story because this relates to one way to help you. This relates to this skill stack endeavor and how you can do it. It also relates to the whole job postings thing, and actually Steve Jobs did the same thing, and we'll talk about him too. How I feel about him. I've got mixed feelings on him actually. I've got his biography right there. I'm going to read it just so I can say I did it. Big thing. It's mostly because the author is so amazing. Yeah. Isaacson, he's amazing. The Innovators, you should definitely read it. So here's the story. While I was at, there's been a couple times when I've had to change skill sets. So I was a Russian major. I was a cruise director. I still love tech and everything, but I had a baby in an apartment. I didn't have the baby and I wasn't in the apartment, but my wife at the time had a very young child, and the internet had just kind of happened, and I actually found it in the computer science department. I remember the day because I pulled somebody in the hallway out, and I said, "You've got to see this right now." First time I'd ever seen a picture on a web page ever, and it blew my mind. I knew at that moment And I wanted to do nothing more than be involved with that. So I taught myself HTML from the spec and from reading other stuff that was out there. And I couldn't do anything but that. I was completely and totally obsessed with the web when it came out. And I'd been using Gopher and Eudora, and I'm dating myself here. Some of you might know what I'm talking about. And all these other things. In fact, I bowed down to Mel, who's one of our professors in the language lab where I worked, who had written the Telnet connection protocols of the library. And I was like, what? You wrote a network protocol that talks to the library? I went, yeah. He goes, yeah. I was like, I was so blown away by that. I thought that was the coolest thing ever. Of course, I've done it several times now myself. So it's like, I was just so, I thought he was a god, that he could make a computer talk to another computer by writing a protocol. I was like, that is next level shit, dude. I was so impressed by him. And so it really motivated me, even though it wasn't in the computer, none of it was in the computer science department. It was all in the language. It was in the humanities building. And yeah, I mean, at that age it was, right. I mean, he wrote, so anyway, I did everything in my power to learn the web. And actually there was an ophthalmologist friend, still a good friend, actually. I haven't talked to him in years, but still Doug, if you're out there, you know, still playing hockey, dude. Amazing guy. You know, spoke Brazilian, was in the language lab. A lot of we Mormons were in the language lab, you know, teaching and doing things, because we had learned languages on our missions and stuff. And got a B project, a QBasic, talked to my C++ program. Oh, pretty cool. They had no idea. That is pretty damn awesome, dude. That is pretty cool. B? You got a B on that? They don't know what they're talking about. So yeah. So I was really obsessed with learning, again, the autodidactic thing, right? I was like, seriously, I was ripping apart pages and looking at what they were. I was like, what's this tag here? In fact, I learned about the Netscape Blink tag before anybody else, and I actually got a job off of it. No, I learned it was not the Blink tag. It was the background tag. I learned how to put background. This is a true story. I went into an interview. So I'm getting ahead of myself. So we're doing all this stuff. And because I shared, I was so excited about this new discovery. I told everybody in the humanities lab about it. I was like, this is the future. This is where everything is going. And I told Doug, I was like, Doug, this is this really cool thing. And I just got really passionate, and he got roped into it, and now he couldn't do anything else. And so, you know, there's your basic. And so he was an ophthalmologist. So he had a real practical example for this immediately. I was so impressed by it. So he took what I had been learning, because I was so obsessed with learning the protocol, but I didn't write a lot of HTML because I was more interested in learning all about how it worked and everything. There's no CSS back in these days or anything. And he took it and he goes, oh my God, that's so cool. And he's like a language major, just like me. And he ended up, well, no, everybody back then was like Marquis. Marquis didn't come for like a year after that. But he, it's still on the test, by the way. Marquis is still on the AP test. I mean, the HTML tests in our school district here. Yeah. Even though it's been deprecated and stuff. Anyway, so we were doing the thing, and my Brazilian friend, he was actually not Brazilian. He had gone to Brazil on his mission. He was a very white hockey player. But he saw potential in that. So he started putting pictures of eyes with needles in them and stuff into web pages onto the internet. And he became, I swear, we don't have any proof of this, but I swear to God, he was the first ophthalmologist to put actual content on the web. I swear he was the first. I swear to God, because it was in, God, it had just come out. The web, there wasn't even a single book on it. There wouldn't be a book on it for another year. And there's a whole autodidactic thing, right? And it's very infectious. And he was one too. And so I showed him that, and he just went with it. And he got all kinds of praise from his professors. He became a teacher's pet. They were trying to rope him into doing projects with them because he knew how to do tech, even though he was an ophthalmologist. Once again, tech skills always supplement whatever it is that you're doing, even if you're a doctor, or something. So he was doing this, and then I'm struggling because I'm back and forth to Russia and St. Petersburg and doing all my cruise director stuff, but I could tell that there wasn't going to be a career in Russian. forever. I'd interview with the FBI and some other things that I won't get into, but um, that didn't seem to be the path for me. So, or was it? No. And then I'm trying to chop some stuff out here. So anyway, I'm walking past. My wife was pregnant. Yeah, that's what it was. The Soviet Union fell while I was a junior in college. So the Soviet Union fell while I was a junior in college, and I changed my. This is back rolling a little bit in my story, but I quit my computer science degree and I immediately signed up for Russian, because I wanted to be a part of it, and I got to be front and center in the middle of all of it. And there are just lots of stories there. I knew that Russian major Mormon is golden for CIA. Yeah, it is. I mean, BYU is a known heavily recruitment agency for CIA. And I met several of them. I can say that. I I met several agricultural attaches, sometimes in church, actually. Yeah, I would be in church and run into one. Anyway, but there was no work at Amerirus, which is a company that I worked for, which brought Americans and Russians on ships together. And I gave a lot of talks there in business classes and stuff. And we would do culture, and I got made cruise director, blah, blah, blah. The point of this is that I had to adapt and make changes, and the internet thing came around, and actually FiberNet opened right next to me in our apartment. I walked past it, walked in there, and I showed them a webpage. I called Doug, and I said, because I didn't have a webpage of my own finished, and I said, Doug, since I pretty much helped you learn all of this and showed it to you, do you mind if I use this as an example of a project that I contributed to, that I helped? Tell us how you did that right now. I kid you not. I became the web developer, the lead web developer and director of sales for this tiny little startup called FiberNet in Provo. It's still there. You can go find it. I still have stock, by the way. It's just contested. It's just a big, hairy mess. And because the company got sold after I had moved, and it's just a mess. I wish I could cash that certificate in, but I don't know. I'd have to sue somebody to do that. And it would be a big chunk, actually, because we were founding members. Anyway, I'm not going to do it. Don't worry, FiberNet. I'm not coming after you. And because they couldn't pay me while I was at FiberNet, we had to go on unemployment because, believe it or not, nobody wanted to get on the internet. So I had to quit, and I moved on to a job for another internet service provider in Portland. And so that's the small story of how that happened. But I had to retool, and that's why I'm telling you the story, is because there was clearly not an opportunity to stay in the Russian major that I was in. The company that employed me for that kind of stuff wasn't going to be able to employ me forever. And I knew I had to change. And so, again, taking the reins and like controlling your destiny. And I taught myself, the web. And it's not bragging. It's just an example of how, if you are going about, examining your situation and sharing and all this stuff, you'll stay on top because you'll have that set of skills. But the number one piece of this equation, the reason I was able to work for Teleport Later, who apologized for paying me $30,000 more than I had been making for this tiny little startup at FiberNet, was because I called. And this is what started the whole conversation. Ask, right? Ask around. So there was another more successful, more established internet service provider, which is still there. It's called X Mission. You guys ever heard of it? It's in. I don't even remember the guy I talked to. I would love to meet the person who answered the question when I called him. So I called up X Mission, and Actually, this is before I found the FiberNet job, so I had to backtrack a little bit. So I knew the internet was a thing and HTML was a thing, and I had an internet access using PPP, if any of you remember that, and I had my 56K modem, and I thought I was all that. I actually posted the sound of the 56K modem on my Twitter this week if you want to go look at it, sound of it. But here's the point of the story. So after I'd gotten all connected with the internet, I knew I wanted to be involved, and before I got the FiberNet job, which I missed this part, before I got the FiberNet job, and this is I'd learned the background thing, but more importantly, I called X Mission and I said, I know I can't work for you right now. Can you tell me one thing that I could learn that would make me absolutely indispensable to work for you? And the engineer said Perl. And so while I was on the ship in Russia, I bought Perl in 21 days. It was a book, and I read through the whole thing, and I coded it on my little crazy terminal using TextMate on my Mac, on my Power Mac. It was actually called the Power Mac. And I had and I coded Perl, and I taught myself Perl on that. And so then randomly, when FiberNet opened right next to us, I was able to show them that I did HTML, and then I was learning Perl. I hadn't learned it enough yet, but I was learning it. And I wrote fb.pl, which I believe was the very first form processing application service. I actually did software as a service in 1997. I ran it off my Mac on cardboard boxes, I kid you not, in my apartment. We had one couch. My wife and I were dirt poor because the startup couldn't pay us, and the cruise thing wasn't being very good to us. And so I had to shift. And I called and I got my wife to be okay with me buying a computer so that I could get the skill. But I literally made a desk. She's got pictures of it. I don't have them anymore, but I made a desk out of cardboard boxes, and I put a piece of drywall, or not drywall, the other kind of board on top. And I put the Mac there. And so it was my only thing. I actually got the company to buy the Mac for me, which was I was really lucky, because they bought the Mac for me, and but I had to pay them back or something like that. It was really crazy. So I put it up there, and I taught myself Perl on that thing, and there's pictures of me with our very first newborn, and I miss him. That was back when I had contact with my son, and I rocked him and all that. He's 20 something, doesn't know who I am anymore, but so. Yeah, off as his mom. But so I was doing all this code, and I was writing, and in that computer, I had a 56K modem, and I left my computer connected as much as possible. And I, what was it? No, I think I had server access to the thing. So I wrote this fb.pl program, which you can't find anymore. It's not anywhere. And you guys are expensive. Are you steady? There you go. You're doing cardboard boxes. There you go. And I was, but I ran this script, and all it did is process forms, because I was like, I bet people out there want to have their forms processed, right? And there was nobody to process any forms. There was no software as a service provider to process the forms. So on my little Mac, I would go online and I would process the forms I'm pretty sure I had a server at that point. I had server access. So I had this little fb.pl script answering. So I told everybody on the mailing list, I said, look, you guys can send your forms and set your form items to, fibernet.fb.pl. And I was like watching all of these, talk about security. I was watching all of these unencrypted flat text forms come through my system and be relayed as mail out to SendMail. Yeah. I mean, I couldn't have orchestrated a better security breach if I wanted to, but I didn't intend to do that. Yeah, it was a total afterthought back then. But everybody was being able to brag that your form was actually being processed, CGI script security by obscurity. Yeah. And so they would set who the mailer were. And back then SendMail had no security on it at all. I think it's still, no, DKIM and everything are protecting us from that now. But back then, if you set the recipient, you could make it anybody. So we would send love notes to people from other people at Nike and stuff. But so all it was this form where you click on the action button. It's funny because Netlify does that for you for free now. Did you guys know that? Yeah, Netlify for free will process your form for you, and they'll create a spreadsheet for you, and they'll give you. It's exactly the same thing as FP.pl. The only difference is that mine used email and used SendMail. So you would fill out the form, you hit send, and then it would translate into an email, and that email would land in their box. And back then that was a big deal because there was a lot of common people who were using the web who didn't have email, so they couldn't say. I know that sounds crazy, but yeah, there were people using the web who did not yet have email. If they had email, it was like AOL or something, So using the web and being able to submit data through the web was a big deal. And so I was able to use this FP.pl to leverage myself into a job at Teleport, making 30 grand more and becoming their CGI guy. And so that was just a story about the main point of that story is that when you're filling out your skill stack, I know this is the TLDR, right? When you're filling out your skill stack and you don't know what goes in the column, you don't know what is needed, reach out to your community, reach out to those companies that you've identified that you think are really awesome. I mean, you might just reach out to them on Twitter now. Like you could even ask somebody on Twitter, say, hey, I'm really interested. What is the specific technology that you would recommend? And they'll answer you. I mean, I've talked with Brendan Eich before about JavaScript stuff, just through Twitter. And I'm sure he doesn't remember, but you can do that. You can reach out to them. Steve Jobs did the same thing, right? He says all the time, you don't know until you ask. So you reach out, you ask, you learn about what they want. You never know, they might offer you a job later, but you're not calling for that. And that's really important. It's really important that you don't cold call a company and say, I want a job with you. And I want you to tell me what to do to get the job with you. That's a little bit different than, I know I'm not worthy. Can you name one thing that I need to focus on? And they're like, oh, focus on this, right? Yeah. So, and that's all I really have for tonight. It is almost 4. A number of this will all, as you can tell, it's all going to be much cleaner after I edit it and put it on Vimeo, which is not going to happen until the entire series is finished. The series for Autodidactic Habits, which sounds like it's going to continue into next week. So I don't know how much of next week is going to be dedicated to this particular series, but I still have a number of things to cover, specifics about how to take notes, how to do learning logs, how to create a code book, how to stay prescient with connections to social media. Those are all topics that we still haven't covered. And I know this is a lot to take in. It's already 4 hours worth of stuff, and you can decide how much of it is valuable for you. Maybe put it in a podcast and just, listen up on it if it gives you a couple of ideas. So I'm going to read the chat and then I'm going to call it a night. So we've got CGI scripts by security by obscurity. The obscurity of regular Perl code was quite sufficient then. It kind of was. You know what though? Perl had taint checking, and I don't see Node with that. You guys know what taint checking is? Yes, I did. Actually, Luke, I got ahead of myself. So here's some homework for next week if you guys want to do this, so you can follow along. The same thing with email. Yeah. Net messages, fake email, be humble. Yeah, you can connect right to a SendMail port and do all kinds of fun stuff. It actually says hi to you. Actually, hello, HELO. The SMTP protocol is pretty fun. It's pretty cool. Hey, Mouse Potato. I'm just about to drop, but hello. There we go. This is a long session. You know what? You don't have to stay for the whole thing. Now, you guys know, I've told you before, I'm burning through these sessions so that I can prepare them as, really long things that can be digested in smaller pieces. I just find it easier for me to do a marathon session and then chop it up later. But check your Discord. Oh gosh, that's right. Thank you very much, Toniwa. Yeah, I'm up early, and you're in my list of links I checked when I get to my PC. So here we go. Somebody asked about homework-ish kind of things. So next week, on Friday at midnight. Yeah. Oh, right. Oh God, really? Oh, I gotta watch what I put in there. So Friday at midnight, which is a week away, we're going to be covering sometime during the night, or either if not Friday, one of those days. Sometime we're gonna cover some specific services that I recommend above all others to kind of fulfill some of these practices for your skill stack and for something we haven't talked about yet, your code book, and your your learning log or your notes, whatever you want to call them. It's not a blog, by the way. It can be a blog, but it doesn't have to be. I call mine notes. That's what actually Mouse Potato is talking about, my notes on robs.io. By the way, if you go to robs.io, please know that it is extremely personal, unedited, ungrammar corrected. It is just raw, random Rob spew. That is, I've just chosen to make my notes public. So I'm not promising anything. It's like reading my brain. But it can be rough. You might end up with 5 pages of ranting about the Mormon Church. Another time you might end up with just a bunch of links about gRPC. You just don't know what you're going to get. I'm not going to try to make sense of it for anybody. It's just, but if you want to watch my notes, and I because I fully believe that sharing our brains with each other is a good thing, So if you want to prepare for next week and ahead of time, and you want to start experimenting with some services where you can start, maybe like writing your skill stack and stuff, GitLab.com is my personal preference for providers, for lots of reasons that I'll talk about. Nice, Mouse. That's good to know. I should probably start reading yours. This is why we need to make the knowledge net, because then I can just get notified, right? People say, oh, that's RSS. I've already done it. Nope. I want to do better. GitHub is another option, of course. You can use them, but you need accounts on both of them anyway to be a technologist. So you might as well create accounts on both and decide which one you want to use. I personally like to push to GitLab and then have GitLab sync to GitHub, because you can't do the opposite. It's impossible. You can't push to GitHub and have it sync to GitLab, I don't think. I have to go look. Proton Mail is all one word, and that's the safest email on the planet right now. Major email. Just my own personal notes, which I do anyway. Yeah, when we talk about blogging, everybody immediately thinks like WordPress and money and like lots of like filling in this and that. All it is just writing Markdown. So if you want to jump ahead, you can actually go read about Markdown. But I want to suggest to you, so this is prep for next week. I'm going to strongly urge you to not dive too deeply in Markdown that you're going to encounter on the web. Markdown is all over the place right now, and you don't have to. It's obviously you're the boss of you, but this approach simplifies Markdown in a way that's less cognitive overhead early on when you're learning it. So it's like learn the one best way first, and then if you want to learn all the many different ways to do stuff, you can add that on later. So we will be talking about Markdown. We're going to be talking about YAML and probably a little bit of JSON as well. So those things, sometimes I don't know if they're going to fall under their own series or not, but they are definitely involved, because you can't take notes. You can't just write text, actually, and we'll talk about how to do that. But learning basic Markdown, which will take you 20 minutes, is worth it, because then it can be rendered, and then your README on GitHub and GitLab is already readable as if it was a web page, and it's just one extra step to sync that to Netlify, which is what we will do next week for sure. So we're going to cover Jamstack next week as well, Jamstack development. We're not going to get heavily into the HTML of the thing yet. That'll come later, but I'll show you the process for publishing, because you can start doing that today. I mean, it's that easy. It's totally free. And it's a really easy way to publish your thoughts, or to stay private even. And if you do it on Netlify, you can actually make your blog private. You can even put a paywall up for free, or you can add a form processor. And we're going to be doing that method to produce our portfolio when we talk about good to gig, which is getting yourself something more than just LinkedIn out there to show off who you are. So that's all coming in weeks to come. Some of it that is in a different series currently, and some of it will be under the Autodidactic stuff for next week. So next Friday at midnight, we'll see you again. I'm reading the notes here. Make it look nicer. Yeah, and it's not too. So the HTML challenge rarity, you might be ready for it. I give everybody that I mentor an HTML challenge, and it is this. Make a simple CSS and HTML only page that uses Flexbox and CSS Grid to lay out the page a lot like SkillStack, like rwx.gg. Now, look, I got problems with mine right now. I got to go back and visit it, because I was looking at Firefox is busted. But it's a very basic skill. I think it's the most fundamental skill of web development. If you want to become a web developer after that, fine. But everybody should know how to make a basic portfolio web page using RSS. And you know what's crazy about that is you went all the way through college in computer science, never learned how to make your own website. Is that true? I'm not bagging on you. I just am noting it again because it continues to be something people say. It's just, it blows my mind. I can't believe people. Oh, did you? Oh, did you? Okay. Yeah. Then you're fine. Then, yeah. So if you've done those things, sorry, I misread you. Sorry. My newbie developer hired just discovered Markdown and blew his fishing noodle. There's something wrong here because the language of writers, I love the Markdown speech. It's going to be hard for me to not launch into it right now. Markdown was what the internet could have been or the web could have been if it were invented by writers instead of scientists. HTML was a bad idea. That's that talk. We're going to talk about that. I don't want to get into it right now. Stay tuned. What do I use for domain registrar? I'm a Namecheap kind of guy right now. I love Joker too. If you want something outside of the United States, I used Joker way back when. I had somebody actually from Oregon back when I was working for Teleport suggested Joker to me. I mean, they've been around a long time. It's a German domain company. Yeah, those are Namecheap is by far the easiest to use. And I usually park my domains, my DNS entry, servers on DigitalOcean or Netlify. Depending on, they're both good. Netlify didn't have an offering for a while. Yeah. Yep. Network management on DigitalOcean is just so amazingly easy. It's their interface, DigitalOcean's interface is so amazing. Best Markdown interpreter. I believe Pandoc is the best. Now I'm going to talk about why I think that eventually. Pandoc Markdown is my favorite. I do discuss that on that site, Raritan. If you go to rdbx.gg/lang/md, I justify that a little bit. College nowadays should be time you spend making a portfolio website. I can't believe they don't have you do that. It's just insane. Sorry for the aside. Anything else to look into for next week? Can you get some shut-eye? I definitely am too. Thanks for hanging me, please. Look, all this time you're like a trooper. Everybody's all like powering through this first session. Everybody's gonna, including me, is gonna like wind down. But I want to get all these videos done, and they're not going to get done unless I give them at least 4 hours, 3 days a week of attention. And then there'll be a big full pantheon of videos in Vimeo at some point where you guys can go refer to it in a faster format and on your phones. Let me ask you guys, there's no more, Luke, you can sign off and go to bed. I'm going to do too. Is this font looking okay to you? I mean, I really went up on scale on the font based on requests. And I plan on keeping this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to keep all of my editing. It's about 80 characters. It's about 100 characters per the whole thing. But the idea is that even when you're small, like when you're in a kind of a thumbnail format, you can almost read it. In your old eyes, yeah. I have pretty old eyes too, so I went ahead and really bumped it up. And I feel like, I don't know, I feel like it'll be worth it. It's not normally what I would do. During the day, I can turn it back down and, have 5 panes or something. But when I'm doing educational videos like this, I'm going to keep it probably this font. Just asking. Best is definitely relative. Yeah. Well, Mouse, it's good to see you. Good morning and goodbye. I've got to bounce because I'm got some cleaning and then I got to go to bed. Everybody, thank you very much for coming. I'm going to stay with this. The thing that's driving me here is that the hope of having everything up on Vimeo so that it can be captured once and for all and I can rest. I don't want to die with the regret someday. I mean, I won't lie, this whole COVID thing and, trying to get insurance has got me wondering, some of this terminal stuff, I've got stuff in my head that I want to get out. I want people to know. They don't have to accept it, but I at least want to put it out there. And I imagine a lot of other people are having that emotion right now too. And that, I will tell you something, that lit a fire under my butt to to do some of the boosts again. It's like, cause you just don't know, you know. Itanaslav, good to see you, man. Or woman, sorry, I don't know you. Have a good night. Is electricity basically free? Basically infinite, right? What? This vaccine is supposed to be free. Yeah, I hope. Plus, if you stop doing stuff like this, we'll get more off trouble. Oh, Mouse, it's good to see you, man. All right, take care, everybody. Take care of that baby, Mouse. How's that going, by the way? Old man. I can imagine it probably makes you feel really old running around after that baby. Anyway, that's great. Yeah, Mouse is very public about his new arrival, so I'm not doxing anything there. All right, people. Take care.